Well, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another FlyJSim live stream. Today is the 4th of April 2021. Happy Easter, everyone. It's a glorious day in the UK. 3 minutes past 5 here in the evening. But we're back in X-Plane 11 this evening and back in the excellent FlyJSim 727. It's been about 4 or 5 months since we last flew this aircraft. I was having a look at the library of videos we have. We took the aircraft from Bergamo to East Midlands, and I was thinking what would be a nice little sector for us to fly today. The reason I wanted to go back to Sint Maarten, we've only been there once before, so a fantastic picture of a 727 coming over the beach a few days ago, and I thought, no, that would be a perfect destination for us to go in there. Oh dear, it sounds a bit distorted, audio's messed up. Oh really? Thanks guys, hold on, let me see if I can fix that. How's that? Let me know, guys. Mics and a lot of noise. Check the audio boost. This is the problem with me, true. I literally don't touch anything, at all, and then things don't work at all. I've just unplugged it and plugged it back in again. How's that, guys? Please let me know in chat, because it's the only way I know if it's working. Oh no, awful. Not better. Right, okay. Let me try something else, guys. How's that, guys? I've just reassigned it and tried a new USB port for the microphone. I don't know if this is going to work at all. So sorry about this. I mean, I don't touch anything and then things just stop working. And I was streaming on Discord earlier. It seems to be all working fine now. Better, yes, perfect, right. Thank goodness for that. Oh my goodness me. It's usually one of those things, I just unplugged it, blew in the USB port loads, I just went plugged it back in. And now it seems to be working fine. Like many of the things, technology just never agrees with me. Anyway, let's start again. Hold on, wait for it. Let's do that, and then let's do that. Hello again. Thanks a lot for your patience there. I definitely need to get Are You a Pro Streamer emoji. As I was saying, happy Easter, everyone. Today we're back in the FlyJSim 727, and we're going to be flying from Havana in Cuba, and we're going to be flying all the way to Sint Maarten again. It's going to be an awesome flight, INS navigation, VOR all the way. Fantastic news. I got in contact with some, well, I didn't say I got in contact with people. Someone, a member of the Discord who organises VATSIM in the Caribbean, said we'll have full ATC by the time you get to Sint Maarten, which is really, really cool. But the aircraft's completely cold and dark. You can't hear music now. Oh my goodness me, what is going on? Now, yeah, I can see you're not hearing music. There's no desktop audio. Oh no! You can only hear me. Oh my days, what is going on? Can you? Yeah, just let me know. Can you hear me flicking switches? No, there's no desktop audio at all. Oh my goodness, what is going on today? It's an absolute nightmare. I've lost all audio for the sim. It says audio is not being picked up. How bizarre. Oh my goodness me. Can we have a rip in chat, please, for the stream so far today? Unbelievable. Right. Anyway, I'm just gonna see if I can fix that. If there's no music reason, there's definitely a problem here with Streamlabs. So give me 2 seconds, guys. Again, thanks. Right, guys, can you hear me? Okay. And now I'm going to start the music for the third time now. I just reset Streamlabs. I think it's something to do with Streamlabs. I'll just turn it off and on again. Please let me know. Oh, my days. We can hear me and the music. I've had an absolute nightmare, Mariana. I think it must have been Streamlabs. I think Streamlabs just broke everything. I've not touched any of the settings. I just shut Streamlabs off, reopened it again, and I think we're back in business. Right, the stream's only been going for 11 minutes, and we're all A-OK now. I think I should just start again. Guys, welcome to another FlyJSim live stream, 4th of April 2021. 12 minutes past 5 in the evening. Happy Easter, everyone. We're in the FlyJSim 727. We're going to be flying from Havana to Sint Maarten. If anything goes by how the streams ran so far, we're going to probably end up in a big hole in the ground. Very exciting for you. Oh dear, oh dear. But yeah, don't know what happened there. Streamlabs seemed to screw up my audio and the stream. I completely muted everything. I don't know if I didn't push anything. It just said desktop audio was unavailable. Just turn it off and on again, and it's just working completely fine now. But there you go. Anyway, thank you all very much for your patience while we got the matter sorted. Flight time today of around 2 hours 30 minutes. We're going to be cruising over at Mach decimal 85 flat out. It's going to be a really enjoyable sector as well. Who we got here in chat? Thank you all very much for your patience. Andy Fabio, Berlin flight. I can see here plainly says audio drivers can be a mess sometimes. Who knows what it was. I haven't touched any settings or anything since last stream, but it could all be a bit of a mess sometimes. Jason Dictor, maintenance issue sorted. Yes, I was quickly consulting the MEL just to make sure we could dispatch, but then they fixed it all. Excellent. But the fact you can hear the music is a good sign. You can hear me nice and clearly as well. It'd be a shame if the chance of everything breaking was extremely slim. Anyway, yes, Havana. This is an airport we've only ever flown into once. We actually flew into here in a DC-3 over a year ago. It was the last time we came in here, but I actually purchased some payware scenery for this stream today by Littoral Studios, I think they're called. So it's a nice little scenery, a whopping great big 4,000 meter runway. And here is, of course, the FlyJSim 727. The aircraft is actually, all I've done for this sector is I have maintained it because the condition of the engines was fair, and it was like saying, you know, service the engines and stuff. So I've serviced engine 1 and 2. The engine 3 is in good condition. Hopefully they won't cause any issues, but there are random errors and problems which can happen with the aircraft. But yes, a massive thanks to, I believe it was Jamla that made this livery as well. The cargo variant to be taking, I think it was 17 tons of Cuban's finest cigars to Sint Maarten today. It's going to be an epic face here. Littoral Game says, this DC-3 stream was great. I know, I haven't flown it since, unfortunately, but there we go. What can we do? Right, anyway, I think we should do less talking, because you've all been here for 15 minutes, and I've done absolutely nothing except try to fix things in the background, and we'll get everything underway now. So, just turn the music right down here. Now, the thing I love about the 727 is that there are so many things that are similar with the 737. For example, the overhead panel here is just on the engineer's panel, but the sort of the same configurations. You know, you move the same switches for the fuel, the air conditioning system, the electrics. It's very similar. So it doesn't take me too long to kind of get back into flying the 727 again. I did a practice sector yesterday. I've been practicing flying a few of the approaches today as well, and I'm pretty well, I think I'm reasonably proficient with operating it today. We'll be discussing some of the differences and the quirks with this aircraft. It's an absolute beast. It flies so fast. I mean, MMO is like decimal 0.9. We'll be going at 0.85 today, getting over to Sint Maarten as quickly as possible. Perfect. So first thing we need to do is get the GPU connected. So we'll go over here to this switch here. GPU cart is connected. You can hear it rumbling away there in the background. I think I've got audio turned quite low here in explain level because it is so loud, this aircraft. Let's get some power on then, so battery can come on. External power is connected. We'll put central power to external power as well. We'll put the electric hydraulic pumps on as well, which are here. Open the ground interconnect switch, which will pressurise the system A pressure, which retracts the flaps, which would have been drooped. Quantity's all fine, pressure's all fine as well, and then we check all the aircraft documentation. Now, the flow I sort of do here is sort of like a panel scan. I work my way from the top left, working my way down, then on the engineer's panel as well, and then I load up the INS. We're going to be following INS navigation. I'll be showing you the routing throughout the entire sector. We're using existing airways today, which is going to be really, really cool. Guru, I feel the cockpit ever so slightly resembles Conky Bonky Concorde. I mean, yeah, there's no screens in this. Well, there's a weather radar. That's the only screen in here. But the 737-200 is very similar. I mean, if you look at the nose profile of this aircraft, it's the same as the 737. I mean, if you were to look this and I put that as the profile picture and I said I'm streaming in the 737 today, you probably think, oh yeah, it is. So it's so similar here. Right, so let's work our way through the panel here. So all the hydraulics systems are on, all the flight control systems, aileron, elevator and rudder. Same as the 7.3, you got 2 hydraulic systems and I believe a standby system. Anti-skid, we obviously want that on. Stall warning. There we are, it's tested. We'll leave that in the normal position. Flight recorder will test. Just the light illuminates. The compass slaving feature isn't modelled with the FlyJSim, but you want it slaved at all times. To the compass, all the VHF radios, you can choose which system to use. You want it normal for normal operations. As to the cargo fire test, there we are. There's no fire warning light actually anywhere except just here. Order brake to RTO, and lighting. There's all sorts of funky lighting you can use up here. I like this the forward panel lighting here. It's like a hospital light. Light for the kind of like the displays here, which is really cool. Not the displays, what's the word for this? I've completely gone blank. The kind of like where all the instruments are. Oh my goodness me, the cockpit light, let's say. The panel lighting. That's it. Engine start switches we'll leave off at the moment. Alternate flap system, inboard and outboard flaps. You could retract as a backup system, I guess, when system B pressure isn't available. We'll put the fasten seat belt, no smoking sign on, even though it's a cargo aircraft. We don't have any ATC here at the moment, so we'll leave the squawk on off at 2000. Window heats we can turn on at this stage. Anti-ice not required at this stage. Probe heat comes on after engine start. And that's it. We completed the panel scan, put the nav lights on as well. That lets us know we have the ground crew have AC power connected. No FMC, no, absolutely not. It doesn't do it justice using a flight management computer for this aircraft. We need to use classic VOR and INS navigation. That's how we're going to be getting our way 1,000 miles east to Sint Maarten today. Working up here onto where the MCP is on the 737, all we have here is obviously the flight director controls, which I very rarely use in the 727, and the fire bottles, ability to extinguish fires. It's all here as well, so we can test the system. There's the bell. 3 fire warning lights and a wheel well fire warning as well. Working our way here to the cockpit then, we check all the main instruments. I've set the QNH prior to the stream, which is 1022, set on the captain's, first officers and standby altimeter. The heading bug is set to runway heading, and the first radial we need for departure 080 radio on the VOR is tuned. I'm going to brief you on everything prior to departure, how we're going to fly it as well. I'm going to bug 250 knots, which will be our initial climb speed, and there's no sit-stop altitude here, so what I'm going to do is set our cruise level, and if ATC comes online, we'll adjust that before we go. Performance for departure then, so we're already loaded, we'll discuss that now. So I've got pretty much a full load of cargo today, and you'll notice that I have full wings and then almost 10 tons of fuel in the centre tank. Now what we need to do is, prior to starting the engines, is open up the cross-feed valve, so we're only using fuel from the centre tank, and once the fuel in the centre tank is equal to the left and right main tanks, we can feed all 3 engines from its respective tanks, so they go down equally, but we'll only be using the centre tank first. You can already see our gross weight is 78 tonnes, that's above the maximum takeoff weight for a 737, and we're above our max landing weight, but by the time we get to Sint Maarten, we'll have burned that fuel off to be below the max landing weight. We have the ability to dump fuel in this aircraft as well, in a case of an emergency if we need to divert. We discussed the maintenance, take-up performance. We're going to be using flat 15 today. It's just a fixed thrust setting they use in the FlyJSim. It won't take into account the runway length or anything like that, so you've got to be careful. It's going to be 97% for takeoff thrust. V speeds are set 40, 40, 52, and all the other speeds for your flaps as well. So 162 for flat 15, flat 5 at 182 knots, flap 2 at 200. We can select flaps up once we're on our way to 210. And all the rest is in there. Look, 25 degrees, lovely and warm here in Havana, and it's our 22nd flight, I believe, in the FlyJSim, which is pretty cool. But you can set the bugs here, and they're all set there, and we'll get the call out from the from Jim, I should say, the first officer. Cool. So that's all done. Engine instruments are set. Weather radar. We'll load up the INS very soon. We want the tilt +5 is a working weather radar as well, so it does pick up weather in the sim, which is pretty cool. Push this to set the trim, which is really useful as well. Autopilot's down here for the FlyJSim 727. We'll discuss when we use that later on. And that's it. Everything is set moving forward. We just need to set up the engineers panel for the next phase here. So have you got any questions here? Petrich, 101% fuel in the wings. Just squeezed in every last ounce. Fuel there, absolutely. John Padford, is it cigars again? Yes, absolutely. 17 tons of Cuba's finest. Brian Cooper, happy Easter to all from beautiful Las Vegas. Thank you very much, Brian. Happy Easter to you as well. Quasimodo says one of the landing lights is on. Well spotted if that's the case. Oh yes, that must have flicked that accidentally in the panic at the beginning of the stream when nothing was working correctly. Don't forget to on the emergency exit lights as well. Cool. Jim Vasto, high flight to sim, what size monitor are you using, and what's the field of view setting? 105 in the X-plane settings, and I think even in the FlyJSim it's set as 105. Which is here, they are 105, but it's the same in the X-plane settings as well. And I have a Samsung, two Samsung 27-inch monitors. They're just standard 1920 1080 monitors, the curved ones, which I have next to each other. The right-hand side has all the streaming stuff, and then the main monitor's right in front of me for the stream. Very, very cool. Rohit says, I'll also purchase one lucky winner. Yeah, that's very kind, Rohit. We discussed this before. If you want to do that, you should have got in hand beforehand. I publicised it that I'll be doing a giveaway anyway. So, you know, we had this problem last time where an obscene amount of people donated, and then I was left organising it all afterwards. I forgot to mention at the start, because I had all the problems, we will be doing a giveaway. I will be purchasing a copy of this for one lucky winner. But if you wish to sponsor a giveaway, please get in contact before the stream. Okay. Very cool. Right, let's have a look here on the panel then. So we're only using AC power at the moment. The ability to power the aircraft in flights from each 3 engines, so they each have 3 IDGs. We'll close those connections once the engines are started. All these lights should be illuminated at this stage here. For the fuel tanks, we're going to turn on all the boost fuel pumps. So 2 fuel boost pumps in tank 1 and 2, but the centre tank has 4 boost pumps. That ensures that it's uses that amount of fuel first instead of the main tanks whilst we have those open. And all I need to do, I was advised to do this, you can do this prior to takeoff by a 727 pilot. You can open these cross-load valves straight away. There's no limitation. So what that's going to do is ensure that it only uses fuel from tank 2 first, and then make sure you always leave this open to keep the fuel manifold pressurised. And this will use fuel from the centre tank first. And then when we get down to, what's that? I think that's going to be 11,000 pounds. Once we've got 11,000 pounds in tank 2, we just simply close the cross-feed valves and we'll be using fuel from each tank respectively. Ministry of Music, are you an A320 pilot now? Did some of you fall for my April Fools? I did an April Fool's community post where I convinced everyone, well I say convinced everyone, I convinced a few amount of people that I'd be only doing Airbus tutorials from now on. I thought it was very funny. Unbelievable. Peter, can you join the giveaway? Absolutely. The giveaway will be after landing in Sint Maarten. I'll give you instructions on how to enter the giveaway. Very simple. You'll just have to type in something in chat, but that'll be on the that'll be at the end of the flight. We'll do that then. Perfect. So fuel heat we don't need. Now, a little thing I've noticed, the fuel heat says it's very cold. It's very likely if you fueled up here in Havana, the ambient temperature should be registered for the fuel. It looks like it's just modelled as 0, unfortunately. But looking up here, passenger oxygen, there's no passengers seated, but you can deploy the oxygen masks here. Engine overheat detection is all there. Or there's wing. No, sorry, that's wing body overheat. So for the struts body and struts. If there's bleed air leaking, these lights will illuminate at certain parts. If there's leaks in a certain part of the bleed air system in the aircraft there. So for the air conditioning panel, when all the bleeds open at this stage, we use the AP bleed comes also as the engine 2 bleed, and they're off in flight, but we need those open for the engine start, but we do want the packs off at this stage here. Pressurisation, we're cruising at 33,000 feet today, so 33,000 feet, cabin altitude one is 4,800, which is set here. Now I don't have the elevation for Sint Maarten, but based on the fact that the approach goes right over the beach, I should think it's less than 50 feet, so we'll leave that at around, I think 20 should be close enough. Put that to flight, that will close the outflow valve and then pressurise the aircraft, and that is looking good here on the panel. Perfect. Auto pack trip in normal, says Jeff Sumner. Auto pack trip in normal, what switch is that? Is that in the FlyJSim checklist? Because I've been using that one for years and I've never seen that. I don't even know where the switch is. But I'll have a look at it later, Jeff Sumner. I'm sure you'll be able to do that there. I've been actually in conversation with two 727 pilots. One of them is in the FlyJSim Discord. I help me answer some queries as well. And another guy who I know from a friend of a friend who's helped me answer some questions about this aircraft. So I feel reasonably clued up. DBW, on these older planes, was the flight engineer also qualified pilot? Great question. I don't know, DBW. I'm not sure, I'm afraid. Jeff Summers is on the engineers panel to the right of the bleed panels. This one here. No, that's the engine 3 bleed air switch. I haven't switched it on and I haven't crashed it. I believe you, Jeff, but because I'm going to... whereabouts on the right? I can see a bleed air panel. I'll have a look later because I can't see it right off the head. It's probably staring me right in the face, but I'll have a look at it later. I haven't done it yet, and I'm sure it's required to configure, but I just want to get the thing. Oh, he says it's not on the right, it's on the left. Okay. Below oxygen pressure. Here we go. Auto pack trip. I'll put that to normal. Thank you very much. I've never used that switch before, but I completely believe you. There we are. Perfect. You're at the right. Perfect. Right. Still open on Unicom. Check your frequency, says James Monks. Is that me? No, well, I'm not even tuned on Unicom, so it's definitely not me. I think someone's got a stock mic on Unicom. There we are. Right, so thanks for your extra patience, especially with the delay at the start here. It's now time to load up the INS, which is the most enthralling part for you to watch for sure. But what I'm going to do is just flick up here Navigraph just to show you where we are geographically. So here we are in Cuba. There is the world. United States, Europe, South America is here. We're on the island of Cuba in Havana. Departure we're going to be flying is a Caval 1 Charlie departure, which is going to take us 18 miles outbound in this direction. Making a right turn. This is the first INS waypoint we're going to be programming just here. Now if you go over to my Instagram page, I have taken a picture of this routing so you can follow it along here. For the members in Discord, you've got a copy of the flight plan so you can see where all the INS waypoints I've programmed. And that flight time is going to take us 2 hours. Downloaded Ortho for the entire sector, so it's going to look very, very resplendent as we head on east. But there we are, that's the routing. Of course, I will brief the SIDS all shortly, but it's now time to load up the INS. So, what I'll also do is bring up Navigraph again. Where's that not coming up anymore? There we go. So I can actually show you which waypoints I'm programming, and I've actually got a copy of the operational flight plan in front of me, but I'll again show you here very briefly. So here it is. So the flight plan for this sector, it burns quite a lot of fuel per hour, 4.6 tons of fuel per hour. I'm going to take an extra 30 minutes on top of that, just for any potential delays to St Maarten, because you do have to backtrack there. 16 or 17 tons is what's required. I'm taking an extra 2.3 on top of that, which is 30 minutes. So if you look on the block fuel figure, I think we took 19.2 or something like that. 19.3, so that's an extra 30 minutes of fuel we have loaded. So that's it. Now, here's all the routing information. Of course, this is an INS, so I can't just simply write these waypoints in. I need to put the coordinates. So do bear with me. Members, you know what to do, but I won't be using this. I've got it right in front of me. But what I will do for you guys is show you geographically where these waypoints are as I'm programming it. I'm not going to put every single one of these INS waypoints in. All I'm doing is putting the waypoints in which have a track change or a directional change. Otherwise, I'll have to load about 30 INS waypoints. There's about 16 I need to load, but I can only load 9 at a time. And then en route we'll have to reset and reload the INS waypoints before we get to the 9th waypoint to carry on. But there we are, that's the kind of geographical routing. So instead of watching that one, guys, I'll get rid of that, bring up Navigraph, and I will show you each waypoint as I go along, programming it in front of me. So first thing I need to do is tell the INS exactly where we are. Let me just get to my operational flight plan as well. Before I do that, I need to put our coordinates in. So we'll put this to standby, rotate that to position. Let's have a look. We're on stand 11 here in Cuba, like Uniform Hotel Alpha. So we'll select airport and parking stands. So here we are, stand 11, right here in the cargo apron, and we'll look here for stand 11 coordinates. There we are, stand 11 coordinates right down there. So we need to put these coordinates here into the INS to tell the INS where we are. So it's north 22, 1599, insert west 082, 240, insert. So now the INS knows where we are, we can move this to a line, and that alignment takes, well, at this latitude, probably only around 7 minutes or so. And we can keep progress to that whilst we continue on with the rest of the coordinates. So, getting rid of that. The first waypoint we're going to program is all the way down here, because we're using VOR for the SID. And this is the first waypoint here, and I've got the flight plan in front of me, so what I'll do, I'll drag the flight plan across whilst I put these points on to show geographically where they are. So the first one is the KO Largo VOR, which is just here. So you need to go here to waypoint, select number 1, and the coordinates of KO Largo are north 21.36.3, insert, then west 08.13.20. Insert. Waypoint number 2 is all the way over in the Uniform Hotel Golf VOR, so we're going to go all the way here. You can see I have a straight line, and then there's a track change here, so that's why I've not put all of these individual waypoints in. I'm not going to bother. Just the next one here, which is Uniform Hotel Golf. So waypoint number 2 here, it is north 20.47.9, insert west 0.76.18.2. Insert waypoint number 3 then. It's a waypoint called Septo. So looking along here. Nice straight line. There is another track change here. Only a slight one, but that is the next waypoint I'm putting in, Septo. And it is north 1938.7. Insert west 071584. Insert. Waypoint 4 is the next one after that, which is on pad. North 19 36.4. Insert west. And it's 071444. Insert waypoint number 5 is Pobbin, which is here. North 1923.7. Insert west 070574. There we are, halfway. Waypoint number 6 is Codex, which is here. There's Codex. Definitely got number 6 selected. I do. North 19082. Insert and then west 070086. Insert. Waypoint number 7 is the Lima Romeo November VOR, which is down here. The La Romana. Guys, in chat, my apologies, I will get back to you, but this is actually, I like to kind of keep on going here because I can easily get out of sequence and put the wrong coordinates in. So here's waypoint number 7, the Lima Romeo November VORs, north 18272. Insert west at 068547. Insert waypoint number 8, penultimate one for now, is Mela, which is here, north 1812. Insert west 068 123 068000. Insert, and the last waypoint we can put in, because it only can store 9 waypoints, is the Mayaguez VOR, which I think is on Puerto Rico. And then look, you see I have a few more waypoints to program later on in flight, but that's as many as I can put in at this stage. So I need to go to the next page on the flight plan. Waypoint number 9, the Mayaguez VOR, which is north 18154. Insert, and then west 067 091 06709. Insert, and there we are. Well, if I push this, we should be all ready to go. Nav, and the INS should be aligned at this stage as well. If you push that, it'll align it straight away. That way you won't have any issues whatsoever. So we've got 9 waypoints programmed. That's the last waypoint we could program at that stage, which you can see with my mouse. It takes us around, 4/5 of the way anyway. And then we'll program our last few waypoints, only about 3 or 4 more en route, and then we can revert to VOR navigation for the arrival. One of the main reasons I chose Sint Maarten has conventional arrivals as well, and it's a VOR approach we're going to be flying today. There's no ILS there. Message 1, or MGS1, will you replace waypoint 1 by the 10th in sequence? Absolutely correct, MGS1. When we get to waypoint 9, what the INS does is sequence to waypoint 1 next. So all you have to do is go back to waypoint 1, put the new coordinates in. It's as simple as that. JFP1, do you use the VORs in flight as backup? Yes, we will be absolutely primarily using INS, but we'll back it up with box 2 so we can monitor the VOR and the range. But yes, Oceanic, of course, you don't have that option, but we'll be using VOR as a backup here today. Patrick, would it also be possible to skip the first 2 waypoints in the IRS and just use VOR navigation since the first 2 are VORs? Yes, Patrick, that's what we're kind of doing today. The first waypoint here is a VOR, but I'll be using the VORs to navigate, a VOR to depart, and using this VOR initially to navigate, and then when we're en route to this VOR, we'll switch to INS navigation, so you'll see some conventional navigation today, for sure. Right, so that's the INS all loaded. We'll get the APU started up now. I think we've done everything else here. We just need to brief the taxi and the SID. To start the APU, over here on the engineers panel, we just simply move this to start. You should see the EGT increasing. There it is. Have a little listen to that. Oh no, sorry, the APU is not in the tail, it's in the wing roots. The APU is stored just here, which is why the exhaust comes out the top of the wing. There you go. APU's in the wheel well, which is really cool. And I think that's the access panel for the APU. We'll be doing a power back, of course, as well. Amazing. There we are, so the APU's up and running. Now, before we switch over to APU power, let's have a little look at our taxi and SID. So, here is our airport departure chart. We just need to select that to Cavill 1 Charlie. There we are. So, we're on stand 11 on the cargo apron 2 here. We're going to power back to face west on Juliet. Quite a long taxi here. Look at the length of this runway, 4,000 metres. So we've got a taxi for about, what's that, 3 kilometres all the way. We could use Bravo intersection for departure, though. We will be fully ready to go from that point there. So runway 06, full length. And our SID we're going to be flying is the Cavill 1 Charlie. And it will be a KO Largo transition. So, if you look here on the SID, what we're going to do is climb straight ahead on the runway heading of 060, and then when we get to 1,000 feet, we're going to make a right turn to intercept the 080 radial from the Havana VOR until we get to 18 miles. And at 18 miles, we'll be at waypoint Cavill, which I haven't programmed as an INS, but once we're there, we'll make a right turn, and then we'll intercept the 165 inbound to KO Largo, which is the 345 radial. So if you look down here, it's exactly as I've described it. Climb on 060, 1,000 feet, intercept Uniform Hotel Alpha, radial 060 to 18 miles, max 230 knots. Okay, so what we'll need to do is bug 230, and we'll make sure we don't exceed that until we're intercepting that outbound radial. Oh no, hold on, I'm reading the wrong SID there, be very careful there. So there isn't any speed restriction here, Cavill 1 Charlie. Climb on 060, track until 1,000 feet, right turn to intercept Uniform Hotel Alpha, radial 080. There's no speed restriction here, so let's do 250, below 10,000. And then continue to your assigned transition. So that's it. Very simple. Now, how have I got that set up? Quite simply, I have the Havana VOR active, 16.1, which is here, active both sides, with the KO Largo VOR on standby 112.1, which will select, we'll actually select that on box 2 now, so when we get airborne we can pick it up. Now, I won't do it on every VOR today, but before we can use this VOR, we need to ident it into 737 NG, very easy, because on the navigational display you'll get the ident, but otherwise, to make sure you need to know it's correct, you have to listen to the Morse code. So if I flick up nav 1, we should get dot dash dot dash. There we are. So we have the Havana VOR, and also you need to do the DME as well. It's exactly the same Morse code except higher pitch, and then you're confident you've got the correct VOR tuned, you can use it to navigate as well. Perfect. So we're all looking good, and we'll get the APU connected to the GPU. APU connected, sorry, to the bus bar. So we'll there we are. Close. Looks like that's providing AC power with central power to the APU. And I think we can now shut off the GPU. It's gone very quiet, and there's nothing going. Now, what's that warning light there? Oh, that's. I thought I just flicked that to APU. Not sure. It is on the APU now, that's for sure. Maybe I flicked it from APU to external power, but yeah, it's all looking good now. It looks like everything's connected correctly. Perfect. Let me just see if there's any ATC here. I don't think there is, so we'll have to go on Unicom, just tell everyone our intentions, but I've been led to believe that we will have ATC later on in Sint Maarten. There's no events or anything going on here. Plenty of traffic, so we'll just call up Unicom and say that we're pushing back or powering back from the... Oh, now what's happened here to my volume mixer? That's very strange. I wonder if that had anything to do with the issues we had at the start here. My volume mixer saying the volume was from the going through the PC, not through the PC. I hope you can still hear me because I've not changed anything. And I have no option to turn up the volume for Xpilot. What is going on? I'm just going to turn off and on Xpilot again because it's not appearing on my volume mixer for some reason, so we wouldn't be able to hear anything anyway. And it'll be it's turned down for sure. It's turned down. What's going on with my PC today? There we are. It's now turned up. Right. Let's tune up Unicom 122.8. Cool, so we're going to do a power back and we'll go from there. Havana traffic, outback at 720, might stand 11, we're starting engines and powering back. Right, that was on Unicom. I don't know if there's anyone else on frequency, but keep that monitored. And yeah, we'll imagine we've got our clearance as well. Cleared on the Caval 1 Charlie on climb straight to cruise level, flight level 330, which is an unusual clearance. You can get direct cruises to your cruise level, no problem whatsoever. Right, so if the engines start, make sure you have engine 2 bleed on and open, so we have pressure for that. Galley power can come off, which it still is, so there's no, we wouldn't have been able to make a coffee. That's the main thing. Packs are off. Beacon light can come on. And I think we're all good to go. Now they do have a nice little helpful checklist here. It's quite nice just to quickly check that you have everything ready prior to the power start here. So beacon on, which we've done. Galley power's off, packs are off, bleed PSI is in excess of 30 PSI, and we're all good to start the engines. So, start the engines on the 727. Here's the engine start, move it to ground. Check for the N2 rotation. There it is, and then we add fuel at 20% N2. So thank you all very much for your patience. 43 minutes streaming and about 13 minutes of issues. We'd be well on our way taxiing by now, had we not had those technical issues at the start. That was such a shame. Right, fuel coming in for engine number 3. Let's have a little listen. Yeah, so engine 3 looks like some started completely fine. As soon as the low oil pressure light is extinguished, you can start the next engine as well. So move that switch to ground. For engine number 2, I'll show you the indications inside. So there's 20% N2. Fuel coming in. Quickly ignites here, look. Oof. N2's increasing. There's the exhaust gas temperature, N1. EPR fuel flow as well, burning 1,000 pounds an hour, just sat here on the ground. All the indications here as well. During the engine start, I think afterwards we can close the ground interconnect switch as well. Right, the light's extinguished, that means we can start now engine number 1, and we'll go outside for the last engine. Beyond the 727 will make for a wicked home cockpit, absolutely. There we are, so 20%. There's the fuel coming in. Let's have a look. Loud already. Three good starts. I can barely hear it for the engine starting. Thank you very much to Dillode YouTube, who's just joined as a member. Welcome aboard, buddy. Glad you got joined the content. You get invited to our members only Discord. Enjoy using the custom version, and welcome to the stream. Awesome. So 3 good starts. All the indications looking normal. We can now do the kind of before taxi flow, which we're going to do on stand. So I kind of I follow the same flow I have my operator. It works really nicely. So the first thing we're going to do is put all 3 generators on. APU can come off. There we are. There's no start switches to put into continuous, except we can close these guards. Pro heats can come on. Anti-ice not required. Air conditioning panel then. We go here. Now I need to do this in the right order. So first thing we're going to do is close engine 2 and APU bleeds, which are not required in flight. On, and that stops it from getting a bleed overheat. So you'll see the PSI drop, air mix valve will change, and then you'll see the temperature start increasing in the cabin as the packs pick up. It takes a second or so as the air mix valve moves to hot, I think. Might be because it's already at the required temperature. But you can see it started to pressurise, that the cabin rate of climb is decreasing, and you might see the diff pressure slightly increasing as well. There we are. So you can see that the air mix valve's slightly open, so it looks like it's all working. Flaps, we're going to use 15 for departure, so 2, 5, 15. Stab trim is set for departure as well. Flight controls, so we have full nose down, full nose up, left, right. Here comes the rudders. Full right and full left and neutral. There's no recall system and there's no DUs to blank, and that's it. The flow's complete. Additionally, there's a few extra steps in the 727. Galley power to on. I'll just turn the noise down here slightly, and let's just have a little look at that checklist. Just make sure we've definitely got everything configured. So, anti-ice as required. PT is on. Flight instruments are set for departure and brief. Flight controls were checked. Speed brake verified down. That's definitely down. Galley power's on. Electrical no lights. There's no lights on the panel at all anywhere. Hydraulics off. Oh, sorry, pressure quantity normal. APU's off. Pressure set for cruise altitude. It is done and is in flight. Flight ground switch is in flight. Yep, sorry, just done that one. Never engine 2 bleeds closed. EPI and SP plugs are set. And that is it. We're all ready to go. So, what we'll do now is advise them on Unicom. We are powering back. There seems to be anyone on the frequency, but we'll let them know. Alpaca 720 mics pushing back standard. Okay, now my push to talk's not working. So everything's going wrong today. Like the oh, I know why. Because I'm not actually logged in at the moment. What in the world? I just reconnect. I don't know how it disconnected. We'll try again. Alpaca 720 mic, stand 11, pushing back now. There we go, I see someone else pushing back. Yes, sorry, that was what I was saying, Jeff. Earlier, close the ground interconnect switch. So I think on the ground, like the 737-200, use the electric hydraulic pumps to pressurise system A, and then obviously whilst it's running here, we have the engine pumps controlling system A, so it's no longer needed. Cool. Right, so parking brakes released. Reversers are deployed, and the reversers in the 727, they're not the bucket style. I'll just quickly state them again, but you can see them closing inside the engines. That's exactly how they are. And parking brakes released. Let's reverse on out of here. Touch the brake, otherwise you risk tipping over. And reverse now, you can have thrust if you need to slow down. Parking brake is set, and that's it. We just need to turn the lights on, and we just simply request taxi. The Alpaca 720 bike taxi holding point, runway 06. Now, did you hear that, guys? I don't know if my audio is working for VATSIM. Everything seems to be screwed up. All my settings seem to be screwed up. VATSIM audio. I can hear them on Unicom.
Common traffic, Alpaca to Golf, taxi to holding point runway 06 via Echo and off.
Well, hopefully you guys heard him. I just changed the audio. It all been muted for some reason. I don't know why. Right, anyway, we're on our way. And there's an aircraft just departing, hopefully on his way to Sint Maarten as well. Very cool. So yeah, my apologies for the technical problems today, guys. Really, these things happen. I've not touched anything. I always do the same thing. You know, prepare for the stream, practice flying the aircraft. Usually fire up Streamlabs, tested it this morning just to make sure it's working. Haven't changed any settings, and then just at the start of the stream, everything stops working. But I think moving forward, hopefully, no more issues. Yeah, you heard that. Yeah, I thought so. For some reason, it was turned down in the VATSIM audio settings. No idea why, because again, I haven't touched it, not even updated it. Anyway, on our way. So no possibility to forget to set the clock in this aircraft. There's no ability to do it. So what we need to do is, we're live time, live weather, of course. We'll take a note of the time we get airborne, and we're going to use the flight log to do fuel checks along line as well. So what I might do is I'll fill in the flight log once I get to top climb, and I might share that photo on Instagram so you can see what time we should be over each waypoint to our fuel checks and ETA. It's quite important to do this today because there's no way of monitoring time otherwise. I quite like the last page on the INS. There you go, 19 knots, you can check your ground speed. Maximum speed on a taxiway at Mile Princess is 30 knots, so we get up to 30 knots. We'll cover those 3 kilometres very quickly. John Rayfield, I wish I had a pound for every time I hear I didn't touch anything. If it was just based on my streams only, John, you'd have plenty of pounds locked away. I do have another technical problem as well. My Thrustmaster joystick I'm having issues with as well. Well documented issues with the tiller. So I use the twist function, but it keeps spiking. I've had to increase my dead zones to around 35%, so it doesn't pick up the tiller. Otherwise, it just constantly moves and shakes. Rig's breaking here. That's Alpaca Airways. Flight level 360, hi, any news from 737 PMDG for Microsoft Flight Simulator? I think the CEO of that company, oh, you can see, look, the tiller, damn it, made an announcement that they're making good progress with development of that aircraft, which is pretty cool. Is that a 727 taking off? That looks like a Tupolev. Alpaca Flot. Quite befitting for Cuba, actually. Very cool. Right. So 27 knots, that'll do. So you can see, look at the nose wheel, look, there you go. If I move it just a little bit there, twist all over the place. Very, very cool. So yes, this scenery from Littoral Studio. Quite a nice little one for Havana. Usual static aircraft over here, though. We're now approaching the hold point, so we'll do the before takeoff checklist. So config, we didn't actually do that, so we'll check that now. So config, that's full power. There's no config warning horn going off, so that's checked. Stab trim is set for departure, which is 5 units set. And flaps, sorry, are 15 for green lights. So our departure then, it's going to be a Caval 1 Charlie, climbing straight ahead to 1,000 feet, making a slight right turn. We're going to be intercepting the 080 radial. Inbound to Caval. Once we get to Caval, we'll make a right turn 165 radial. The 345 radial inbound to Cayo Largo, coming straight to our flight level of 330. So it'll be a lovely departure with a nice VOR navigation. I'll try and bring up the chart a few times so we can kind of see how we're monitoring as well. We'll turn off the little aircraft logo so we can try and guess where we should be. There we are. Checks complete. Please don't exceed 20 knots whilst taxiing, said Sean. We'll use 30 knots at my operator, so that's fine. We're doing 24, should be okay. Maybe it is 20 in the 727, not sure. There's a Cubana. Very cool. Otherwise, I think we're ready to go. We could have actually taken Bravo intersection for departure, but we'll go full length. Got a nice little wind here, just looking at the latest METAR for Havana here, and we've got the surface wind 080 at 12 knots, pretty much down the runway, 9,000 metres. Oh no, that's normal METAR, still refreshing. There we are, 070 at 60 knots, 10k, scattered clouds at 3,000 feet, 26 degrees, QNH is still 1022, so lovely weather here in Cuba, lovely and warm. Right, so imagine we've got our takeoff clearance. Lights coming on. Strobes can come on as well. Just slow it down a little bit here. Just weather radar can come on as well, increase that range. Transponders up here to TRA. So MCP, there isn't one. It is set to transponder TRA. Strobe lights are on, landing lights are on. Imagine we've got a takeoff clearance. And let's go to Sint Maarten. Back at 72 Sierra, Mike is taking off runway 06. Go. So, Tigers and chats. The time I make, guys, in Zulu UTC is it's going to be 17:58. So I'll make a note of that time for our airborne time. So, well, we'll call it 17 Actually, you know what? I won't call it. I'm going to call it 1800. It keeps or 1700 Zulu. Keeps the maths nice and easy if we call it 1700. By the time we get airborne, it will be closer to 1700 Zulu. So I'm just going to line up here. Brakes a little bit too hard here. Oh look, we've got another tuple off here. Very, very cool. I think that might be due to the fact that I don't think there is a 727 CSL. I think some guys did say they're going to jump into the 727. I love that, Petrich. Best solution for your problems, use Microsoft Flights in 2020. It doesn't support Tiller Axis. Well, there you go. Right, thanks for your tokens in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to St. Martin. And airborne time will make it when it's closer to 1659, but we'll call it 1700. Right, let's go. Set takeoff thrust. 97% airborne. There we are, so takeoff thrust set, indications normal. A little bit light forward pressure on the control column.
80 knots.
Checked, release that forward pressure. Look how long this runway is.
B1, rotate.
Up we go, 2 to 2.5 degrees a second, nice slow rotation. Don't want to hit that tail onto the ground, and we're airborne. There we are. Pause ready to climb, gears coming up. We're going to pitch to maintain 160 knots and trim. There we are, so just going to wait to 1,000 feet. So do a little flyby. So there's 160 knots and there's 1,000 feet, so I'm going to make a right turn. I'm going to go heading around 095 degrees to intercept that 080 radial. So I'm looking here at the HSI. I'm going to lower the nose to maintain around 1,000 feet so we can start accelerating to 250 knots. And I can now select flap 5. Nose wants to come down as you retract flaps. It's quite realistic. I'll go wings level there. Select flaps to 2. Just maintaining around 1,000 feet. Bring the thrust back to 92%, which is climb power. Still maintaining around 1,000 feet per minute just to help her accelerate. And we'll select now flaps up. Pitch to maintain, or accelerate to 250 knots. There's the radial coming in on the HSI, so I'm going to start making a gentle left turn to go outbound on the 080 radial. I'm going to wait for 18 miles DME as well. Still hand flying, just watch that nose, still want to do 1,000 feet per minute until we are at 250 knots. So I'm trimming nose down. There we are. And there's around 250 knots, so I'm going to start pitching up to maintain that speed. And we're nicely established almost on that 080 radar outbound from Havana. Looking good. So let's get a little bit of automation in to help us out. So autopilot engaged, nav lock. I want to pitch to maintain 250 knots. Arm the altitude selector, and we're in VOR lock. Climate 330. So we can now complete an after takeoff check. This is a slow climber. We're very heavy today. Don't forget we've got 17 tons of cargo and a huge amount of fuel, about nearly 20 tons of fuel. So yeah, we're performance is going to be quite poor as we get higher. We'll wait until our transition altitude, which I believe here in Havana is 18,000. Oh no, my goodness, it's 3,000 feet. I'm just assuming the same as the US. We'll set standard now. 1013. So once, twice, and 3 times. Let's do the after takeoff checklist. So gear to off, brake to disarm, and there's no start switches. There we are. So air conditioning and pressurization. Diff pressure is 2.8 climbing, and the cabin altitude is climbing as well. So air conditioning pressurization looks good, as does the temperature in the cabin. I can find it. That's the temperature of the cabin. Here we go. Well, the cargo hold, I should say. Well, it's a little bit warm. Keep an eye on that. So that's set. And altimeter standard set, passing 70 now, flight level 330. There we are, after takeoff, checklist is complete.
50, 40.
That was a lovely departure,
30,
nice and smooth.
20,
Thank you very much to
10.
Noah Chibro, Chorizo. Oh, you again. I always make a dog's meal of your surname. Thank you very much for your $5 donation. Very kind, and I hope you're doing well. So we should be nicely established on this radio, waiting for 18 miles. We're at 15 here, so if I have a look here on the little airplane logo, boom, we're doing quite nicely. And if we look here onto the second VOR, excellent, it looks like we've picked up the second one already. We have a distance recording here, DME of 93 miles, sorry, which is coming up here. And we need to set that radial up on the first opposite side, so 165. Coming in quite nicely. Remember, this looks like a flyby waypoint, so I'm going to wait until we're exactly at 18 miles. There is 18 miles, so we're going to turn past that. I'm going to go down to heading select down here. I'm going to go past this waypoint at Cavill at 18 miles, so if you have a look here, that's exactly where we are. And we'll overshoot it slightly. I'm going to intercept. This looks like a flyover waypoint, you see. And then I'm going to make an intercept heading to intercept this radial. So if we go, what's that, 165, if we go around 200, work out quite nicely, intercept heading. So a little bit sharp, maybe 210, will work out fine. Cool, and we can get everything set up on the next VOR. So 12.1, it's hold active on both box 1 and 2. The course 165 to come up here. Sharp and intercept heading. We're just going to wait until we get established and we'll go back to nav lock. We're about flight level 100, so we can accelerate to 280 knots. That's kind of like the best kind of climb speed. The regime on the flight plan is 300, but I found if you climb at 300 knots, you know, it's too much drag, and especially above 25,000 feet, the climb rate's very poor. So I've been finding 280 knots is like a nice balance. But we are going to be cruising at decimal 85 today. So that's all set, and we'll do the pre-cruise checks now. So fuel. Let's just double check, make sure we're feeding from the centre tank. So you can see, look, the wing tanks, we've got the cross-feed valve open on tank 1 and 3. We're not actually using fuel from tank 1 and 3. We're using only fuel from the centre tank. So you can see, look, the needle here in hundreds of pounds is static. But see, the needle here is going down. And once that's down to 11,000 pounds, we can close the cross-feed valves here, and then we'll use each fuel from each tank here, so make it a little bit easier. Have a look here at this gauge. Look, 4960, so we need to wait until we have 5,000 kilos in the centre, and then we can use the fuel from each tank respectively. So we'll keep a close eye on that. The fuel sets, lights are coming off. And verify the APU is off. Pressurisation, we'll check again. Diff pressures 4.8, climbing nicely and set. And that's it, check's complete. Our radial's now established, so we can go here to nav lock, and we'll switch over to INS when we get a little bit closer to this waypoint. There we go. Awesome. How's the noise? It's probably a little bit loud in
50,
here.
40, 30,
oh,
20,
no.
10.
Oof, I forgot to type my message. It's Cherryco, by the way. Tears of joy. My question is, how often does the 737 FMC software get updated? Also, is there any training required when it does, or just a bulletin?
Thank you very much, Noah. Well, I'm not going to say that it's Microsoft James way of pronouncing it is correct. Cherryco. It might be better. Chirico. I'm going to go with Chirico. Excellent question. Thank you very much. Now, the nav database, which I'm sure your question is not being aimed at, is updated every 28 days. But yes, there are FMS updates which come out. They're called U13, U14, something like that. They come out about once every few years or so, these software updates. And we get a bulletin, essentially, yes, a memo talking about some of the changes associated with those FMC changes. But there's no sort of formal training. For example, the Max has a whole different VNav system, and my operator, we're changing the logic of VNav because we'll be getting Maxes. We'll be changing the logic of our VNav to the same one as the Maxes as well, and that will be coming out as an FMS update U, whatever the U letter is. So yes, great question. How often is it? Sometimes more common, more frequent than other times, but they do happen less often. Excellent question. Thank you very much for your donation there. Very cool. Right, so we did make a note of the airborne time. Now, technically, it wasn't 1700 Zulu. It was 1659. Let's be very precise here. We'll do some fuel checks as we get along, and time checks as well, which is going to be important with our progress, especially as we're going to be going at such a high speed. Just turn that noise so loud in here. That's better. Should be okay now. Fairing fans, love you all. Love live the 727. Absolutely, we'll be streaming this for as long as it's available. Is that the wind? I'm looking here at our heading and the course we're going. It looks like it's quite a strong wind coming in from the east. No, 20 knots. I think it just might be struggling to fly that track. I think the heading's still changing, but it's nicely established on the radio. So if you look here, there we are, slightly off scale, but that might be just the fact that the map is so large, there's a large distance here. So that's not to scale, you can see that we still got another 60 miles to go until we're overhead Cayo Largo, so that chart will be much more useful for you. And we'll get rid of it. Check the climb thrust as well, what, 92% on the M1, so let me increase it slightly. There we are. Will help our climb performance. Mickey Moo, the FlyJSim View Information 727 CSL file is available from the FlyJSim website to add to your ATC client. The Havana ramp looked great earlier with the fleet of 727s. It did look pretty cool there, Mickey Moo. Thanks for the heads up on that. I'll make sure I get that added for another 726. I know some people did join in a 727, which is pretty cool. Awesome. Well, apart from the start, which was a right mess with software issues and Streamlabs issues, so far the flying side of things has gone very smoothly. Can't complain about that. Even though it is struggling to fly this radial slightly, it's just making a slight adjustment on the heading, I think, just to get back on into it. Slightly further north of that radial. Anyway, it's going back in nicely. But yes, lovely way to spend Easter. A little flyby. Don't jinx it, said JPF1. Oh, we've got to fly VOR approach later. No CDAs, that's for sure. I'll be getting it straight down to the platform altitude as soon as possible. Key thing with this aircraft, one of the things I keep forgetting, is when you descend, you've got to press the arm out button. If you don't arm it, it'll go straight through your cleared altitude on the altitude selector. You've got to arm it every time. It's a right pain. Right, we'll start putting that tilt down, because there were, not en route on our sector, but there are thunderstorms around this area. When I did the test sector yesterday, I ended up in a thunderstorm and crashed. I left the sim in autopilot, and it's not the best aircraft to leave on its own because there's no
40,
auto throttle.
30, 20,
Keep an eye on the weather radar.
10.
Oh, Tim, thanks for the £10. Happy Easter, buddy.
Fly by tears of joy, thumbs up, awesome.
Thanks a lot, Tim. Very kind. Again, no need to donate money. Thank you very much for your donation. Happy Easter to yourself, your wife, and your family. And thank you very much for your donation. Love a good old flyby. Very happy there. Roy Heap, it's incredible how stressful streaming and SimFly must be. Hope you're doing well, Roy. Happy Easter to you, buddy. Yes, I don't know if you heard at the start, we had all sorts of issues, and I think it was all down to Streamlabs because I tried putting the microphone back into another USB port, but the same sound happened. I then had issues with the desktop audio, so when I fixed the microphone, that worked, but then the desktop audio stopped working, so I had to reset the streaming software, just turn it off and on again. Seems to be working fine after that. So it has happened before where Streamlabs has held a little bit of a wobbly, the streaming software, but so far, once we got those issues sorted, which took about 10 minutes, everything has gone quite smoothly, so happy with it so far. Are we carrying Easter eggs, Captain? Said Burke Arslan. Easter eggs and Cuban cigars. What a mixture of freight today.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
CH so very funny. Thanks to the fiver.
Fingers crossed for the giveaway later. Will this help boost my chances? I won't say anything if you want.
Right, where's my secret ballot? So CH sober. Likely to win giveaway. Thank you very much, CH Saber, for the £5 donation. Regrettably, a donation won't make yourself any more favourable for winning, I'm afraid. But maybe your luck will be in your favour. What do they say in the Game of Thrones? May the odds be ever in your... Not Game of Thrones, in Hunger Games, may the odds be ever in your favour. But anyone is able to enter the giveaway. Regardless of time watching my videos, or if you're a subscriber or not even a subscriber, it's all completely randomly generated. Just simply picks someone from the chat who said a certain word, which I will choose prior to the giveaway. Thank you very much. Happy Easter to you as well, Fabianti. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Rohit says you want to be ATC in VATSIM. I thought about it for a bit of a laugh, but I like to spend any spare time I have creating content for this channel. CX says you can download the Max from a website called Max Design Team. Isn't that some dodgy version though? And I wouldn't want you to be promoting that if it is the case. Yeah, Rohit, no, that's not going to work if you put that in there. Unbelievable, yeah, sensitive, unbelievable. Yes, everyone remembers that one well. Oh dear. I did a giveaway once and I said, don't worry about the words. It's not case sensitive, and then everyone champed it sensitive, and that was when we had the Microsoft Flight Simulator pre-release stream where I had, well, the most amount of concurrent viewers I ever had on a stream was in that one. It was 8,808 people watching, and then we broke the YouTube stream thing. It will be a word, but nothing's active. Anything you put in chat won't make any difference at the moment. Hope you're doing well, Adam. Happy to you as well, my friend. Hope you're doing good. RS Turbo, wow, this is a very slow climb, strong headwind. Well, wind changes will affect your rate of climb, but it's just the performance of this aircraft. We're so heavy today, and we're well above our max landing weight at the moment, look. About 6 tons, or 4 tons above it, so we're burning a lot of fuel. But as we get higher and burn off that fuel load, the performance will increase. But that's our maximum altitude, say 33,000 feet, and we're carrying an almost full load of cargo. We could only get an additional 4 crates in there, so what's that? 17 tons. So yeah, pretty heavy. Lee Brook, is English the default language for ATC everywhere in the world, or are you expected to learn a native language in certain regions? It's English, no matter where you go. You'll find that some people are a little bit naughty and they speak their respective languages. So, for example, Air France have a habit of speaking French to their French controllers, but that's their thing. I'm not criticising them at all. If they want to do that in their country, they can. There has been, can cause issues, that language barrier, but no, English is a requirement. You need to be able to speak. Graded on your English speaking proficiency as well. It reminds me of a little quick flight sim story time. So the highest English proficiency
50,
is 6
40,
or 7, I can't remember
30,
off the top of my head.
20,
I'll just say thanks to
10.
It's over again. Oh,
Microsoft Jane cut off the last part of my message.
unbelievable.
I wanted to hear her say #rig. Loving the stream as always. Happy Easter.
Thank you very much, CH Sober, for your £3 donation. Very, very kind. Happy Easter to you. #rigged. Very good. Thank you very much. Right, anyway, I don't want to get too distracted before I tell my story time as well. Look, we're almost right overhead the next VOR, so we need to get the INS all lined up here. So you'll see here, distance time 1 minute. So what I'm going to do is just put waypoint change 01. Flick over to heading select quickly. Heading select. Make sure we're actually on the exact heading here. Change that over to GPS, even though it's not GPS, and it's already sequenced the next waypoint. So I can now go to nav lock. And I just want to go to waypoint change number 2. And now the INS is going to route right to our second waypoint. We're directly overhead. Let me bring up Navigraph for you. There we go. So, if I bring you up there we are. So we're just passing overhead the Caolingo VOR. We're now inbound to our our second INS waypoint, which is the Uniform Hotel Golf VOR, 16.8. So we can actually tune that up as backup on the first opposite side, and we can monitor and compare the DME distances. The second box. So there's 16.9. And I think we're just out of range at the moment. Oh, sorry, 16.8. Just wanted to frequency. I think we're still out of range anyway. Yeah, 293 miles. We're definitely out of range. So quite a way to go. So yeah, a little bit late just getting that INS selected. But it's just making the turn back onto it now. And we're now heading east. Still over Havana. Over Cuba. Get your FlyJSim analysis out. And yes, this is all zoom level ortho we'll have for the rest of the sector as well, so it'll look really cool. So we're going to still maintain 280 knots in the climb, and when we level off, we're going to carry on leaving the thrust rate and accelerate to 9.85. Just going to check that N1. Just increase it slightly. I don't want to keep it. The engines of the FlyJSim and the JD80s have a habit of overheating, catching fire if you have the edges at too high a thrust setting for too long, so I'm always quite cautious with the thrust settings in this aircraft. Plainly, are French aircraft required to speak French in Lima Foxtrot airspace? Not sure, Plainly. I know that Air France have a requirement for their pilots to be able to speak French, which makes sense. Whether those requirements exist for, say, Iberia and Alitalia, for example, I don't know. But I know Air France, I'm very confident they have to speak French. Certainly Airbus, if you want to fly for Airbus, for example, on the test pilot fleet, Boeing fleet, you have to speak French. Anthony, the French do speak in De Gaulle, and it creates a real problem to the rest of us if it's impossible to do a mental picture of the traffic in the area. Absolutely, Anthony. Yes, I agree. I've not been to De Gaulle, but I have been to other French airports, and yeah, you can't build that mental picture of traffic, and it can be a bit of a pain, but I'm not going to say anything to them, so we just carry on. She's struggling, look, really, we're full climb thrust here, and we're barely crawling up, passing 28,500 feet. We are heavy. Beckle says, these days it's done a lot through CPDLC. Yes, CPDLC is much more common now, but during the COVID-19 pandemic, hardly anyone's using it. Like, everywhere I've flown, well, not that I've flown I've only done ghost flights this year, but last year when CPDLC was already introduced, yeah, UK was using it quite a bit, but everywhere else they just used voice. It's so quiet. It's VHF. Guys, what did you think of my last tutorial? I hope you checked it out. Uploaded that on Friday. The 10-minute ghost flight tutorial was requested by a few people, actually. But I'm really enjoying making some tutorials again. I've got another tutorial planned, which I'm going to hopefully release in the next week or two. It's another technical problem which has been requested quite a bit. I'm not be disclosing what it is today. It's going to be a surprise. But it's one I think will be very interesting for you to watch. Rohit, how do planes communicate with ATC in the oceans? You can talk via a radio system called HF, which is very old, but it's a lower range frequency, but has great range. You can always use voice, but nowadays use satellite via ACARS. Polterist, the tutorial was awesome. Was wondering how aircrew stayed current during this pandemic. Well, there you go. Yep, I've done 3 this year. I've logged less than an hour and a half. long time in my logbook in 2021. It is the state of the situation. But I believe on 12th of April, if not sooner, there'll be an announcement in the UK of the plans. I think they have a task force set up with regards to how they're going to manage kind of international travel. For those of you who are outside of Europe, for example, I'll let you know in the UK, it is forbidden to travel on an airline unless it's for an essential reason. You cannot book on there's no holiday flights, there's nothing at all. The airline industry there's nothing going on, there's no flights. There are flights there are flights going, but if you were to travel on that flight, you have to have a very good legitimate reason for travelling. What's a bit of a pain, which is starting I think it starts this week, is that all aircrew now, pilots, are going to have to be tested for coronavirus, and it's that swab. I haven't ever been tested yet for anything, but it's going to be the lateral flow test swab. We're going to have that every time we fly, even if we don't get off the aircraft. Swab up the nose and the back of the throat, and that's every single day we fly. And we have to do it twice. I think on the 2nd and 8th day, but I haven't looked into it that much. Not looking forward to that for what is. Daniel Steen of Warden says, do you recommend the ICG 737? Yes, quite. I don't know, it doesn't need to get updated that much. I don't know how busy the devs are. If you look at, say, the INI builds recently released, or other devs, they seem to be quite, I wouldn't say what's the word I'd use, outgoing, but a lot more open about the development process and stuff. But yeah, I've flown the ICG a few times, quite nice. I think it uses something which I know breaks other aircraft, though. They have a plug-in or something, but I don't know. But yeah, I own it. It's quite nice little aircraft. We fly occasionally. Richard Wormsy, you soon get used to it, because I'm having to flow tests 3 times a week at the minute. Yes, okay, I suppose. Marco Nasty says this must be in the UK. In the EU, we're not getting tested. Yeah, it's an it's a UK requirement, Marco, coming in. UK government requirement for all aircrew to be tested. So I've got no flights on my roster, but I think it starts within the next week or so.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Thank you very much, Creature002, for your £2 donation. Happy Easter to you, says Mariana, the Big Boss Jack, and all alpacas. Thank you very much, Creature002, for your £2 donation. That's really kind. And happy Easter to you as well. And I hope you're having a great day in Malta. Thanks a lot, buddy. Very cool. Joe Dre Chief Eagle, a bit late to the gate. Can you turn around and come back to pick me up, please? Unbelievable, Joe. We could have done with your help earlier. We had a few technical stream technical issues at the start, but ooh, looking good for now. Right, anyway, whilst we just slowly making our way up to 33,000 feet, let's have a little look at the engineers panel here. You can see we still have our 11,000 pounds of fuel in the main tanks, which is full tanks here. We're down to almost 13,000 pounds in the centre tank. As soon as that is down to 11,000 pounds, we just need to keep the cross feed valves 1 and 3, close them, and then start feeding from each of its tanks respectively. So I'm just going to fill in the flight log in front of me. Oh yeah, we're going to call it airborne at 1700. We're going to keep it nice easy. So this flight log I'm filling in, I might take a picture and put it on Instagram so you can see. Oh no, I've done all my times wrong. I started on the wrong page. I've done that in real life before as well. We don't have paper logbooks anymore though. We have it's all electronic and it's all automatic. You just simply put your airborne time and it calculates all your times for you. It's really useful. Anyway, let me start again. The whole idea of the flight log is just making sure you're keeping up with your times. I expect to be a bit behind because at the moment the flight plan expects us to be doing Mach decimal 80 and we're doing about 7.8, because if I go any faster than this the climb rate's going to be very slow. So, we should be getting into... we should be getting into Sint Maarten at 19:28 Zulu, so 8:30 UK time. So that's a couple of hours from now. Our next waypoint, we're going to do a fuel check. One of our en route waypoints. We'll use probably Kulo, and check the time. We should be there at 36, which is in 7 minutes. And we'll do a fuel check as well, fuel burn check too. And I'll show you how to do that as well. Come on, let's get up to 330. Don't want to give it much more out of the engines. We're burning, what's that there, best part of £3,500 per hour per engine. £10,500 of fuel an hour. Alejandro, the outer temperature is 299 instead of 2992. Is that a sim issue? Yeah, I mean, that's just a perfectionist. There you go. So I set whatever looking here, and it's going to be about 30 feet difference. Not even that. There you are, 2992. You're quite right though. JPF1, have a great flight. Going to watch the stream later. Kids are going to have a bath and then off to bed for them. Absolutely fine. Thank you very much for popping in. And enjoy the rest of your day. Hello Dynasty001, hope you're well. We'll probably reach top and ascent before flight level 330, maybe. Certainly taking its time to get there. We've been airborne now for half an hour. So it's about 30% slower gliding than the 737. Very slow, very cumbersome. Almost one to go, and then when we level off we're going to leave the thrust where it is, accelerate to decimal 85. But you can see how fast we're going already. Let's have a look at the static air temperature, which I believe there's the indication there. There we are. So the actual outside air temperature is minus 48, but the total air temperature is minus 18, so that's just from the heat of the aircraft, from the friction. That's called a ram rise difference between the two. Planning time to reprogram the first waypoint. Is it too early? Yes, still a little bit too early. If I bring up Navigraph for you, just there we are. So yeah, here's the first, second, and then these. Remember, I haven't programmed these ones in. These are all straight lines. All our INS waypoints take us to about here at the 9th one, and then the last ones are actually quite close together. So we'll do it in around an hour 20 into the flight. So in around an hour's time from now. If you start loading up the INS, you see we're currently routing direct to waypoint number 2. Now if I started putting in number 2 now, obviously it's going to start routing direct to that waypoint, and even if you're routing from that waypoint, our next waypoint is going to be 2 to 3. You can't change waypoint 2 until you've passed the next waypoint, so otherwise it causes issues with the INS. Two tons of love, hope you're doing well, buddy. Cloudy on the way down to St. Martin from Miami. Yeah, it's unfortunately all that lovely ortho I downloaded. We're just south of Cuba, to be fair. But, Cuba there, we can't see any of it. Oh look, there's a little bit there. There's a lovely ortho I downloaded, but hopefully it'll clear up a little bit later. Excuse me. Dialogue YouTube, can you fly the Concorde? You've missed a recent burst of flying in the Concorde. We did 2 sectors about a month ago in Concorde, in the Colomata Concorde. So there's a few other aircraft I'd like to fly again until I next fly Concorde, and this was one of them. So yes, it will be out again soon, I promise you. Increase says, my kids' cousins met at our home. It's complete mayhem. Luckily there's FlyJSim Sim. You are my respite in these difficult moments. Thank you very much. Hi Steve, hope you're doing well. Just catching up on chat here. Hey, evening, he says. Happy Easter, possibly on chocolate overload later. I've been good today, but Barry and I, we went to our local pub. It's closed, obviously, but they do takeaway Sunday roast. So they had a Easter special. So I had roast beef with all of the trimmings. I mean, roast potatoes, carrots, had beef, had horseradish, Yorkshires, gravy. What else? They even put little cocktail sausage wrapped in bacon in there. And on top of that, we had donut as well afterwards. I'm stuffed. Just an hour before the stream, I was just chilling out, just relaxing. I was like, I've got some weeds. I need to do some weeding in the garden. I was going to go and do that and get some fresh air, but I was like, I'm too comfortable and too full. Louis, are we going to see a nice manual approach on landing? Absolutely, Louis. We're going to get established on the VOR approach, but as soon as we're visual, I plan to disconnect and hand fly. Flight deck to chock. A bit of an alpacalypse going on. 13 alpacas alive. Yes, it'll be quite interesting in St. Martin. I hope when we have ATC, they'll separate this suitably. Because the problem with St. Martin, it obviously has a long enough runway, but they land on runway 10 there, and it's usually always 10 with the prevailing wind. I don't think you can actually get onto 28 on an instrument approach. But there's no ability to vacate. You have to backtrack, so that obviously decreases their capacity hugely. So hopefully, whoever's ahead of us, I think 10 mile separation perhaps needed to land 180, backtrack and vacate. Roy, having smoked roast duck for my dinner. Sounds delicious. Very nice. Pete Richards, who ordered a 60-inch pizza, didn't rise. They were buy one, get one free. Bad beef food. Uh-oh. And he says the centre and tower online. Fantastic. Oh, there we go. There's the altitude alert for 330. Come on, you can do it. God, I don't want to increase the N1 that much more, but look, we're going so fast. Already, we're barely doing display zero. In fact, what I might do is just increase that speed, target speed lightly, and it'll do a little balloon look, which is pitching to maintain that speed, just to get up to 330. Level her off, and then we can just leave the thrust rate is, get away to 0.85, and then I found that about 92% N1, which is the climb thrust setting, is what's needed to maintain 0.85. Jaden, what's our ETA in British summertime? At 8:30. We should be touchdown at. There we are. There's out hold. You can choose the flight directors to help us out if you want. You can use nav lock and altitude hold flight director. And that's just guidance. I don't really like the flight directors in the 7.2. I don't want to turn them off. Quasimodo crossfeed close. Let's have a look. Should be about an hour into the flight on the test sectors. Very close though, look, very close to £11,000, so we can like to use this one, it's a little bit easier to see. Yeah, still another 300 kilos or so to use in the centre tank, but well done reminding me, very close to that period. There we are, 330 is reached, so there's no auto throttle, so I'm going to bug as a reference decimal 85, and we'll leave the thrust where it is, the aircraft will slowly accelerate there, there's a lot of parasitic drag associated with those higher Mach numbers. If you zoom in, look, you can just see the needles slowly moving up. Ministry of Music, are you a 320 pilot now? Have you been fooled, Ministry of Music, by my little April Fools on the YouTube community post by any chance? Jeff Sunderland, fuel check, time to run tank to engine. Absolutely, as Quasimodo said just afterwards. Sorry I missed that, Jeff. Nearly there, buddy, nearly there. Right, and actually whilst we're at it, we'll do a quick fuel check. If I look here on Navigraph, there you go, so you can see we are approaching Ukololo. Now my INS is programmed to the next waypoint, so we've also picked up that VOR ahead as well. Look, see, you see the slight difference is slant range for the VOR, sorry, Navigraph up here. That's the slant range for the VOR 134, and that's the INS programmed waypoints. And if I bring up Navigraph, remember that's not based off these waypoints which I've not programmed, it's actually the VOR, and you can actually work backwards off that to work out the distance for Ukololo. So you should get these distances here, look, 60 plus 73 plus 73, and add those up. Should equal the distance. No, it shouldn't. Oh, look, it's 73 all the way to, that's why. So if you add 73 here, look, there. 73 plus 60. That is 133. And we're at Ucolo. Let's have a look at the range. 130. So that's how you work it out. Working out what waypoint you're at. You work backwards. So let's do a fuel check for Ucolo. Ucolo, our current time is 38. Fuel-wise, well, I can convert it from pounds to kilos by times in 2.2, or just simply read it here, which is easier. So total fuel is 15,000 kilos. 15,000 kilos, and we started off with 19.3, so 19,300 minus 15,000, so we burnt 4,300, so we actually burnt a little bit more fuel than we expected. So let me just show you the operational flight plan, guys, to show you what I was on about. So we're right over, or just past, sorry, that waypoint. There we are. So Ucolo, we should have been there 36 minutes airborne time. We've been airborne for 38 minutes, so we're 2 minutes slow. We should be doing decimal 84 already, which is why we're a couple of minutes behind. And we should have 12.8 tons. We've got 15 tons on board. So remember, that makes sense because we took an extra 2,300 kilos. We should have burned 4,100. We burned 4,300. So a little bit of extra fuel burnt, probably down to the fact it's living a little bit slower climbing than I think the SimBrief flight plan anticipated. Look, it already thinks we're doing decimal 84. So we've been obviously lower for longer, which burns more fuel. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll do another fuel check in 30 minutes. So that'll be at the hour mark. So if we do a fuel check at around Erlam, which is the FIR boundary between, I guess, Havana and Port-au-Prince, that would work out. Who's that joining as a member? One of my moderators, apparently. Thanks, Joe. Thanks. Now, I don't know why it does this. I think just if it's your renewal, the point at which you renew it automatically comes up. Maybe I'm meant to be saying thank you for your X amount of months membership, as what Twitchers do, isn't it? But I don't know how to find that out. I think you can highlight your epaulet, Joe. Joe, you've been a member for over a year. Thank you for the continued support. Steve May, look, you have an alpaca next to you. You've been a member for over 2 years. Absolutely crazy. But thank you to all members. And thank you for Nightbot, or whatever it is, YouTube. I don't know, to remind me, thank you. Cool. Ah, look. Some nice scenery to enjoy. Turn that rocket down. There we are. That's awesome. We're still over Cuba at the moment. This is zoom level 15. I use it for a lot of the en route tiles now. Very cool. Next way, 100 miles away. Oh, crikey, where's best to check that fuel? It's probably around there now. Oh, I think I might have just shot past it, actually. That's why you have an engineer. Oh yeah, look, 4940, perfect. It's exactly the same. So, all I need to do is simply close the cross-feed valves. Blue shows us some transits, and then the 727 pilot I spoke to said keep this open at all times to maintain fuel manifold pressure. And now we are feeding from tank to engine. So engine number 1 off tank 1, engine number 2 off tank 2, engine number 3 off tank 3, and then we leave it in that configuration all the way to touchdown. And you always want to feed from the centre tank first until the fuel is equal to the main tank. So there you are. Excellent. Are we up decimal 85 yet? No. We've had the same power setting since about 1,000 feet after takeoff. Look at that, still 92%. It's slowly getting up to 0.85. One of these days I'll fly empty so we can really stretch it out. For across the pond coming up here, I would love to take this aircraft, and I might see what it's like empty, because I reckon empty, the range on this will be considerably better. And obviously I'm cruising at quite higher speed today, 0.85. You can cruise a little bit slower, save a bit of fuel as well. But the A300 I think will be pretty cool. I've done the Zebo mod now for cross the pond both directions. I also did cross the ditch in the Zebo mod as well, so I'm thinking of doing something else. Joe, as I was just saying, 1 year ago today I joined FlyJSim, which means this time 1 year ago you were doing Cross the Pond and the Zemo mod for the first time. Is that when you joined, Joe? Ah, I think you mentioned that already. Very cool. Louis, is the APU exhaust placed near the right wing route on the 727? Is it the right wing? Yes, so the APU is located in the 727, I believe in this bay here, or somewhere here, and the exhaust, I was mentioning to some of the members, it's a shame they didn't put a little APU exhaust texture here, but that's where the exhaust is. It's in the wing route, on top of the wing here, which is really cool. Obviously they couldn't put it in the rear because there's an engine there. Concord for Cross the Pond. Oh, Parallax giveaway soon. Why is it some people are just interested in the giveaway? Giveaways, guys, are always at the end of the stream after landing. If they're not, I usually put something in the video description below. So for like the very long special streams, so like the charity streams or the sectors, like Cross the Pond, I usually do 2 or 3 giveaways. I will put in the video description when I do them. But if there's nothing mentioned, it'll be at the end of the stream. Thanks, Bernard. 2 tons of love. You have a plethora of repositioning flights, various planes left all over the world after one of your live streams. I know, we could just pick up from any point there. I'm trying to think. We've got a 727 in Greenland, one's in East Midlands, 737-200. Last flight we did, I think, was to it was to middle of the Atlantic, Cape. Was it not Cape Verde? I can't remember. Yeah, Azores. Sorry, in the Azores. Concord's in Heathrow. That's where it should be. We've got Zemo mods everywhere. Oh dear. Oh dear. Right, almost up to decimal 85. And when I get to decimal 85, what I'm going to do is have a quick break, guys, and I'll be back for the rest of the sector. We're approaching the halfway point for the stream and around a third of the way on the flight. So we'll go another. What time did we estimate landing? It was 8:30 UK time, based off the operational flight plan. Ponta Delgado, that was it, Samuel Butler. We have a twin otter at the Barra Beach, yes. We do have one there. God, I've only streamed that once as well. Amazing. Very, very cool. Jeff Sumner, you have a lot of knowledge of the 7.2. I guess you've flown it quite a bit there. Thanks for all your tidbits and stuff. Very, very helpful. Thank you. And John Suda says, oh my god, you have no idea how much I hate this plane. Oh dear, what's the 727 done to you? Ikri 002, in consideration of your Airbus post a few days ago, you should have started this stream by playing that clip where you professed all your love towards the European plane maker. I should have done. Oh, Ministry of Magic, just catching. Sorry, I'm just catching up on chat because I missed a bit of it earlier. I got you. Fantastic. Very, very funny. G-Man Harmonop, the APU in the 727 is a small turbine engine mounted between the main wheel wells. It draws air from the wheel well area and exhausts through the movers in the top of the right wing route. Very cool. Yeah, I've seen lots of videos online of the 727 exhaust. Really cool. Look at that. Right, we're approaching decimal 85 now. And what I found yesterday is if I set a target thrust around 92%, which I'll do now, there we are, it held 0.8485 very nicely, and that's our sort of flight plan speed. And remember, these engines, or even though the turbojets work, they're most efficient at high percentage M1s anyway, so it looks like they're running away on their very high power settings, but that's where they're most optimal at, running at these high N1s at high altitude. Our optimal cruise level is, look, only slightly above it, so even though it would take us another 2 years to get there, but we'll probably stay at 330 for the rest of the sector, which is pretty cool. LGC says, I'm about to land in Havana from Sint Maarten in the 727. Very, very cool. Other direction. Very nice.
50,
David should do
40,
West Straight, back to West Straight,
30,
that would be quick.
20,
Tim.
10.
Oh, Tim.
Trying to arrange a meet at Duxford once the COVID ban has been lifted. Would be great if you could join with Mariana.
Well, thanks, Tim. really don't know what to say to that publicly in front of best part of 400 people. Thank you. Maybe Tim, you know, we're very, very private people, though, and you know, some of the members we talk to on a personal level, of course, but probably something I need to think about, and probably in not the too distant future, but do bear in mind we remain to be pretty private. Ducks would be a very cool place to meet if we ever did anything like that. But yeah, I might go to the FlyJSim Cosmic show or something like that, but Mara and I like to keep a low profile. Anyway, guys, we're just at decimal 85 here. We're holding the speed quite nicely. In fact, I might just put a slightly higher end one. It'd be a bit of a shame if I got back and we were falling out of the sky, but I think that's fine where it is. Sweet. Yeah, guys, if you just give me 5 minutes or so, we're going to have a quick break, and then when I get back, we'll carry on enjoying the rest of this Easter stream. We'll talk about the INS navigation, which we'll continue to use, updating the next waypoints along as well, and then obviously the approach to St Maarten as well. But if you are enjoying the video, don't forget to smash the thumbs up button as well. We'll be doing the giveaway after landing. Guys, I'll see you all in around 5 minutes or so. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for that, guys. Nice and fresh. Yeah, look at that. It's holding the speed at quite nicely, decimal 8.5, so a little bit too fast. 8.4 is cruise speed. I'm just going to take that N1 down ever so slightly. There we are. Just a little bit fiddly. Oh, there we go. That's looking good. Cool. So it looks like, let's look at the INS. Routed from waypoint 2 to 3. So our third waypoint is the Septo waypoint, which we should be airborne after 1 hour 17 minutes of being in the air. Been airborne now for 55 minutes. That's 224 miles to go. That's the range from the DME we just overflew. Which, VOR, sorry. Uniform Hotel Golf, Holguin VOR. That's it, yeah, making excellent progress. It was like ground speed actually, at decimal 8.4. A bit of a tailwind as well, so it's going to be quite high. Yeah, 550 knot ground speed, that's nice. It's zipping on very quickly. About 24 minutes to the next waypoint. Sweet. LGC just landed in Havana, very cool. Steve said, is it nearly Cuba Limping time? Yeah, boss, nearly. Jeff said what he wants to hear the overspeed warning before he comes back. There's so much parasitic drag at these high back numbers because we're so heavy. I think even if we went full power, it would take at least 4 or 5 minutes to get to MMO. We are flat out. Those engine sounds, yeah, they do sound nice, I think, on the padding camera view. There's Cuba below us as well. It's great. I like the idea that you can actually take the camera outside, which is pretty cool. Very nice. Sounds like a hairdryer. Quasimodo, okay Jim, pull the circuit breaker for the leading edge and extended flaps too. It's quite funny actually, Quasimodo, you mentioned that because I did the test sex yesterday and I went out and I think the aircraft flew through a thunderstorm or something, because I came back and the aircraft had crashed, you know, it was in the ground in a big fireball, and I was like, great. But what I did, I actually fired up the replay mode, and I replayed it, and I could see it was jumping all around in the thunderstorm, then it lost speed, and I think it went to some icing, and then it crashed. But you could actually, I could restart the flight from the replay mode, so I did that, restarted the flight. The INS worked fine, everything was like working correctly, but unfortunately I had a load of issues with the maintenance system, like and one of them was the flaps, so I had to do a flaps up landing when I completed the sector, and then those will collapse and everything. So I have practiced it, I am ready for that situation. Mac FFD09, welcome aboard as a member buddy. Glad you enjoyed the content. You'll get invited to our members only Discord. Enjoy using the custom emergency chat as well. Thank you very much for the support. Yeah, there can't be any. Andy says, judging from Battle Spy, should have an ice gap in front of you, but it could be carnage behind you. That's good. I guess not many people can keep up with a 727 at 0.85. Let's have a look at that setup as well. Ben Buffy's pre-arranged the Gardner ahead of your arrival this time. Unbelievable. Oh yeah, we are leading the pack here. So yeah, I'm doing 551 knots, the aircraft behind 521 knots, yes. And the one behind that 530, so they're going a little bit slower. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what MMO is for the Airbus. It won't be able to do 0.5, that's for sure. 8.5, maybe the 380 or the 350. D-Space, is the 737 slower than the 727? Yes. MMO 8.82 in the 7.3. This could do 0.9, 1.9, no problem. Look down at your 2 o'clock, there should be Guantanamo Bay. Ah, yeah, that's right on the east of Cuba, isn't it? I think it's just to our right hand side. Yeah, look at the map. Guantanamo Bay's down here. Interesting. Even though it's a cargo plane, I do have some wing views. Such a clean wing. I've exceeded the clouds reload. Look, Ortho zoom level 15 for en route now. I'm using all the time because it literally it takes me about 2 minutes to download a tile. It's so much quicker. And en route, I mean, obviously if you're down low, it won't look so great, but up here at about 30,000 feet, it looks absolutely awesome. I think I downloaded 40 tiles for this sector, and it only took me about 2.5–3 hours. Whereas I think zoom level 16 is 4 times larger, and then zoom level 17 is even 4 times larger, but it increases exponentially the higher the zoom level. This means to get much better performance as well. Someone ask about my word for. Oh, Richard Smith, are you a real pilot? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Fly the 737 for European Airlines. Sorry, I can't disclose who. That's a personal choice. My operator does know about my streams. Give me full permission to allow me to do it, which I'm very grateful for. I just choose to remain anonymous. Thank you very much for your understanding and welcome. Samuel Butler, do you use Bing or Google for the base imagery? I use Bing Maps for all of it. You can see sometimes that there's some clouds, but from here it doesn't really matter how it looks. But from here it looks amazing. Looks like dense jungle down there. So yeah, we've got a lot of streams planned coming forwards. I'm trying to get Mariana to do some more streams on FlyJSim game. She's very shy, she wants to do all of them there. But I might do another Eurotrack stream this week. Episode 8, I think it is, 7 or 8. So everyone, it was quite popular, the articulated trailer, but I was looking on the jobs I had to do last stream when I finished it. And there's a big digger that needs taking from Oslo somewhere, so I might do that at some point next week. To get back into the sim racing as well. I've not done any sim racing for over a week. Yeah, I'm going to plan the next tutorial. It's probably back in the Zibo mod. I might do another day in the life of an airline pilot stream, so do a kind of 4 or 5 hour stream, 2 sector day in Europe. We'll see what VATSIM events going on next week. I also want to do a VFR flight in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Flight I did when I was out building, which would be pretty cool. Thanks, Tim, for your donation earlier as well. So we kind of having to fit it in the box, though. There we go. We're about to say goodbye to Cuba. Next island is Haiti, I think. Dominican Republic. I don't think we've ever flown over this part of the world before in a stream, which is pretty cool. Oh, train sim, yes, I need to talk to Kieran, one of our members, about that as well. Christopher Grossberg, I missed Takeoff, but hopefully if you're NAP with those loud 727 engines, said Christopher. Yeah, we did a standard kind of NADP2 departure. We went up to 1,000 feet, but doesn't matter where you go, this is going to be loud. Departure was very smooth. A few technical issues at the start of the stream with Streamlabs, but no, so far the flight's gone very smoothly. Hugo, you're currently taking some tanks from Cardiff to Austria for 80 grand. That's a deal and a half. Our reputation isn't quite good enough to get those sort of lucrative contracts. So guys, yeah, if you create a fictitious YouTube account representing either any of the kind of airlines here, I'm just going to be hiding them because I have had a lot of problems in the
50,
past with people
40,
doing that.
30,
even being made
20,
so if you want to do that,
10.
don't do it to my channel, but if I kindly ask if that's okay. So you'll be just simply here.
You should get a
Thanks,
tray
Noah.
on the 73 for your scones and clotted cream. One last thing. What's the fastest ground speed you've had at work?
No, Jimmy. No, I'm so sorry. Noah Chimico, thank you very much for the $5. Very kind again. Thank you again for another generous donation. You should get a tray on the 737 for your scones cotton cream. I know I need an Airbus for that. One last thing. What's the fastest ground speed you've had at work? Thank you very much, Noah. Now, I've actually been retweeted by... I'm trying to find the tweet here. There's actually a Twitter account which has a record of all the pilots who have recorded the highest ground speeds. And I had, for a long time, I think, one of the highest 737 recorded ground speeds. I think it was 630 knots ground speed. I can't remember what the figure was, and I got it retweeted. We had a cost index 100 flight plan, so our Mach number was 0.80 in the cruise, and we had a 200 knot tailwind. And I think it was in places it was even higher. So yeah, it was over 600 knots ground speed. So I joined the 600 knot ground speed club, and it got retweeted. And it was one of my earliest flight deck sim tweets. So it'd be over a year and a half ago. But yeah, that's over 600 knots is my highest there. Great question. Thank you very much for your donation. Incoming's funny you're talking about articulated trucks. I drive them for a living. Don't watch my last flight data sim gaming streaming incomings when I was driving an articulated lorry. I mean, I did okay, but it was some of the tight turns and small kind of roads kind of struggled with. I try and limit the amount of times I get fines. That's for sure. Very cool. So, where are we inbound to now? Waypoint number 3 was 13 minutes away, and the next waypoint number 3 is going to be Septo, as we discussed. But prior to Septo, we do have some other waypoints, so we can try and do a fuel check before then, but there's so many little waypoints before that. So if I bring up Navigraph for you to show you where we are, just click into the thing, there we are. So here we are. So you can see, yeah, it's slightly off the routing here. Now, INS Navigation, I believe, was, or is, I don't know if they still use INS anywhere, but it has something called RNAV5 capability, or en route RNAV capability, so the accuracy doesn't need to be as accurate, say, for what's required for an approach. So you're not going to be exactly on the line, so that is acceptable. Remember, I didn't program all these waypoints in anyway. There might be a slight, couple of degrees track difference here. We're actually routing from this waypoint here all the way to Septo, where there is quite a significant track difference, around 5-6 degrees, and then again after on-pad. So I've programmed all of these separate waypoints, which are quite close together individually. So the INS is programmed to go inbound to Septo, but you can use this one to work out how far away you are. That's probably the easiest way here. So approaching Erlam, we can do another fuel check, make sure everything's as we'd expect it to be, because remember we had burnt a little bit of extra fuel when we last checked, around 300 kilos or so. Let's check it again at Erlam, just making sure that the fuel burn's back on track. I think the extra fuel burn was more down to the fact we climbed a lot slower than SimBrief predicted, which meant we weren't as high as quickly as it thought, so we burned extra fuel being lower down. Andy, Eurotruck has had an update, might be worth checking as you might have been reset to your home base. Thanks Andy. I'll have a look at that before I ever plan a stream, but thanks for the heads up on that, buddy. The island containing Haiti and the Dominican Republic is called Hispaniola. There you go, learn something new every day. That's one for the FlyJSim Sim Atlas, thank you. Ian, I used to do farms in Arctics, and that was interesting sometimes, very cool. Yeah, and having to navigate the lorry down some narrow tracks for sure. Kurosh, did you see the NASA mini helicopter on Mars? Haven't they just offloaded it from the Perseverance rover? I don't think they've flown it yet, though, have they? But I'll be definitely, if I can watch that live, watching it live, that'd be so cool. Brilliant. Connor Martin, you had your roster sent out at work yet? May looking promising, or is June more likely? Heard EasyJet have received theirs from May. I'm not going to go into too much depth about my kind of roster, but it is blank at the moment. There are some limited flights going on, We are flying some sectors. We're also doing the recency flights, or the ghost flights, which I talked about last tutorial, which I uploaded on Friday. But they can happen on short notice. So we have a 4-week roster at my operator, so you can see up to 4 weeks ahead what you're doing. But only on the active week is it unlikely you'll see changes. But if you do see a change, they'll call you directly. But there can be changes on the 2nd to 4th week at short notice, and that comes out every time the roster's been updated. You can check it. Or you can also check your phone. We have a live roster there. For example, 2 of those ghost flights I've done, I was called at quite short notice to do them. Within the week, so they called me up saying, "Can you do this flight?" I was like, "Absolutely, you can count me in." Right, anyway, we're now a beam, or slightly just north of this next waypoint here at Erlam. So I'm going to do a fuel check here. There we are, there's Erlam. So the time, guys, right now is 18:11 Zulu. We should have been there 18:09 Zulu. So remember, I made a log of these times. So you see it says 1 hour 9. If you remember rightly, we're airborne at 1700 Zulu pretty much precisely. So 1 hour 9 after that is 18:09. We should be at this waypoint. The current time's 18:11. So we're 2 minutes late on that waypoint. Fuel-wise, how much fuel do we have? We have 12,860. So we'll call it 12.8. So we're still up, what's that, 1,200 kilos. So I think we're still burning a bit of extra fuel here. And the fuel we started off with, I can't remember what the figure was, 19.3 tonnes, wasn't it? So 19.3. And we now have 12,800. So we burnt 19.3 minus 12.8, sorry, 6.5. We are. That can't be right. Can't burn that much fuel. 17, 18, 19.3 at the start. And how much fuel do we have now? 12.8, 19.3 minus 12.8 is 6,500 kilos. We're burning. Oh no, we're not. I was looking at the wrong flipping fuel figure. That's why. Yeah, that's why. So 12.8 we have on board. We've burned 6,500 kilos, so that's bang on what we're expecting. Sorry about that, I was looking at the wrong box, I was looking at this one. So yeah, the fuel burn's getting better. So remember when we did our first fuel check 30 minutes ago, that was at waypoint Ukolu. We had burnt 4,300 kilos, so we'd burned a little bit extra. By the time we get here to Erlam, we're just on our fuel check here at Erlam, we have 6,526 expected to be burnt. We burnt 6,500, so it's going the right way. I expect the next fuel check we do in 30 minutes will hopefully have saved a bit of fuel, so that's making sense. But at the moment we are saving, which is good. We still have 12.8, expecting 10.2, so that's, yeah, it's a nearly extra 25 minutes of fuel at the moment, so that's been good. Next fuel check we'll do it an hour and 30 minutes or so. So we've several waypoints to choose from. We'll aim to do it at Codix. That'll work out quite nicely. INS wise, we are still routing to waypoint number 3. So as soon as we kind of like get to waypoint 5 to 6, we'll start putting some new waypoints in there. We'll get rid of that as well. Is there any VORs we can tune? Our next on route VOR is quite far away, but we'll tune it now. It's La Romana 16.2. I just hear thunder. Did you hear that, guys? I heard thunder. This is what brought the aircraft down on my test sector. Where's that weather radar? It does work. Tilt down. It is pointing to the range 160 miles. I can't get to the tilt. No, there's no weather in front of us, but I heard a thunderstorm in active sky. Hopefully below us. Look at that wall fight. Look at that. It looks amazing. That's Haiti below us. You can see, look at the tile, look. Oh, look, there's lightning. There's the ortho tile. See where the ortho tile finishes, look. There's like a straight line. Just missed that tile right at the top here. It's a shame. Doesn't look too different though, to be fair. The stock scenery to what it should look like. If you look this way, you would never know. Andrew, there is the link about the drone. If you, unfortunately, I don't allow links on chat. The reason is because anyone can come in here and post anything, so I don't allow links to be posted. But I'll definitely have a look at it before tonight, Andrew. Thank you very much for trying to post there anyway. Yes, just to let you know, it's quite well documented on YouTube at the moment. There's a scam going around on YouTube, so if you've left any comments below and you find that someone comments it saying, oh, check out this website, type in Google Instapone, like INSTAPWN, and then you'll find another person comment saying, yeah, I checked it out, it looks great. That's a complete scam, guys. Don't type that in Google and don't look on that website there. It's been happening. It's rife on YouTube, not just myself, but loads of other people have looked it up. It's well documented on Reddit. I had a few people commenting, oh, you got this going on. I was like, yeah, I know about it. So just if you do see any comments which are subject, you can always report comments as well on YouTube, and it's a good idea to do that because it helps them keep on top of stuff like that. So if you see anything that's definitely sus, make sure you do report it. Uma 907, are we doing a VOR flight? We're using INS at the moment, but we will be using VOR for the approach into Sint Maarten, and we used VOR for the departure as well. Lascam, hi Captain, how are you doing? I have a question. How does the course knob in the 738 interfere anyway with the autopilot? Lovely the work, keep it up. Good question, Lascam. I mean, we don't use the course function to navigate. You can use it the same way to navigate VORs that you do in this aircraft. So the course is here, just like on the 737, and you can use that to set a radial and then use VOR locks to fly VORs. When you fly ILSs as well, it's important that you set the final approach course on the course display too. Now, it won't stop you from intercepting an ILS, but the logic of the system uses that course to calculate its kind of closure angle and stuff. So if you don't have the right course selected, or if it's within 90 degrees of the reciprocal runway, you'll have the wrong indications on your PFD, so it's quite important to set the final approach course there. But it doesn't interfere really, and it just makes sure you have it set to what you need. Plainly, that's what the 767 pilots in Canada said. Now we haven't burned that much fuel. You've got to be careful doing those checks. Hey Summer, I hope you're fine. Just wanted to know that you're using ortho-focus scenery in your GPS 1080. I have a 3060 and I'm not getting more FPS than 50 or sometimes 60. You're not getting more than 50 or 60. What should you do? Well, I think that should be sufficient. I mean, right now I'm getting 45. As long as I'm over 25, I'm happy. But yeah, I don't know really, buddy. Ortho for me does drain. It's not so much a graphics card resource for me personally, it's a processor heavy resource. Loading it in from my second drive can take some time sometimes if I'm using a higher zoom, but that's it. Oh yes, you only need to post it twice there, Usama. So yeah, Usama, 3 times there, buddy. You only need to do it once. You only need to post it once. Don't copy and paste multiple times in chat. It is the weekend, I suppose. Very cool. Brandon Edmund, 2 herds of alpacas with little separation. Yes, very good. Yeah, usually I try and pair my streams up with FlyJSim events, so I'm sorry I haven't had any ATC. I mean, obviously in this part of the world, at the moment, local time, it's mid-afternoon. Oh wow, I think the guys behind me must be going fast. I mean, I'm doing decimal 85, and directly behind me there's a CRJ doing the same speed. I don't know if a CRJ can go that fast, decimal 85. Tudor, totally off topic, but could you please explain how to fly a DME arc, because I never got to master them in the 737-200. Turn 10, twist 10, Tudor. I've got a stream where we demonstrated a DME arc. It'd be far better to watch that than me to explain it if you're straight ahead here. It's a lot easier to fly DME arcs. You can do it with just DME, but it's very, very hard. But we did one in a 737-200 into Alicante quite a while back. But you keep flying in
towards the beacon, and then you take 10% of your ground speed. So for example, if you're doing, if the DME arc's at 20 miles and you need to work out when to start turning to be at 90-degree point, you take, let me try and think here, you take 10% of your, no, take 100% of your ground speeds. Yeah, so if you're doing 200 knots, 100% would be 2, and that's how many miles before you want to start your turn. That works out well as a rule of thumb. And then you want to keep that needle at 90 degrees at all times, and if you just keep turning at 10-degree increments, and you can look at your position of the needle, if the tail of it's really hard to explain, guys, without a diagram or a picture, but if you have the needle pointing more than 90 degrees above your 90 degree point, about 30 or 40, that means you're flying away from the beacon. If it's below the 90 degree point, as you reference it, you're flying towards the beacon. But yeah, instead of me explaining it without a diagram or without any reference here, let me share you the stream. There you are, I think that's the stream where we did the DME arc. YouTube's throwing a bit of a wobbly. It says that link, something went wrong, so I don't know why that link's not worked. If you type in YouTube FlyJSim DME arc, that will take you to that stream, because that's what I just looked up there. No idea why that's not come up. I'll remove it. Last scam, I don't know if you're allowed to answer this, but while I do fly for a completely legitimate question, last scam, I understand that's a curiosity people there, but as people have already put up with the command there, it's something I personally don't wish to discuss, but thank you very much for your understanding on that one. No problem though. And welcome to the stream. I guess you're quite new around here, I've not seen the name before. Cool. So around the halfway point. Still, look at that, nicely 8.5, I'm always doing decimal 8.6 here. Keep it up. I like the high speed. It was a glitch, was it? So, okay, no problem. Now, first ever time over Haiti, now we're over the Dominican Republic. Got 37 miles until we get to the 5th INS waypoint. As soon as you kind of get from 6 to 7, we'll start uploading the next INS waypoints as well. Tudor, the link worked for me. Oh, did it? Oh, for me it didn't. I'll post the link again. Oh, if anyone's interested, there's a DME arc tutorial. Tudor says, link worked. Thanks so much for an elaborate answer. Yeah, it wasn't the best way of explaining it. It's quite hard without any referencing. I mean, I could sort of do it here, but it's fine. If you just watch the kind of last 10 minutes of that video, it's flying a DME arc 20 miles, kind of like explaining it's a little bit more simpler. It's easier to watch that to explain without any referencing to charts or tuning up anything. But thanks for the interest. John Panther, what's been happening? Had to take a break for a couple of hours. No problem, John. We're all good here. We're still sat up at 33,000 feet, cruising decimal 8.5, 8.6, a little bit higher than our econ climb speed, but we'll take it. And all going well. Airborne now for an hour, 25 minutes. An hour to go until we're touched. Might just take the one down a tiny bit. Not too much though. There we are. Save that little bit of fuel. Courage, does being in the air stop the speed brake lever from going past flight D10? Or is that a Zebo thing? That's a Zebo thing. You can pull it beyond that in flight if you wanted to, but don't. You shouldn't. Never need to. Mac FFD09, Ham, why did you decide to get into streaming? I came from a flying family, but when firefighter route, I enjoy your stream so much that I want to get into it again. It's in the blood. Very cool. Now, the channel's over 4 years old now. I got back into simming again around 4.5, 5 years ago after quite a hiatus because I became an instructor at the airline I work for. I became what we call an SFI. And That's where you teach people, you're instructing type ratings, you're doing recurrency training every 6 months, you're teaching pilots from other airlines that join the airline how to fly the 737. And I really wanted to increase my knowledge and have an ability to test some non-normal situations at home prior to teaching it in the sim, and for that I used the PMDG NGX, which actually has a very comprehensive and detailed
50, 40,
failure system,
30,
which I'd still recommend
20,
using. I've switched to
10.
X-Plane now, so it feels like it's a better sim. Ethan, Bleeker, thanks, $5.
Hello, Captain. Celebrating passing my PPL written exam yesterday. Thumbs up.
Amazing. You're halfway there, Ethan. That's the written exam. Ugh, I remember having to do all the horrible written exams and the ground school exams. Boring, but you're halfway there, Ethan. Best of luck with the rest of your PPL. And thank you very much for your donation. And a huge congratulations, no doubt, will come in from chat as well. Thank you very much for your donation. Thank you. What was I talking about? Yes, how did I get into streaming? Well, it started off with making the channel because I found myself, I was testing myself on the PMDG NGX, testing non-normal situations, and it was actually Mariana's idea. Mariana said, have you ever thought of putting some videos on YouTube? Because I think people would be interested in that. I said, you're having a giraffe, how on earth do I do that? I had no idea about computers, no idea about video editing, never done anything about that. But I started the channel, Mariana's idea was to call it FlyJSim, and I just put some videos online. I was already active on some forums on FlyJSim, just like helping answer some questions. So I posted some posts saying I've made this channel, some videos, if you're quite interested. And yeah, I think some people were interested. And I didn't start streaming until, I think it was over a year until I started the channel, a year and a half. And it was really upon request from loads of people. Someone said, I would love to see you stream a sector. I, again, had no clue how to do a stream. If you look at the change, of the quality of my content as well, if you look at my first videos, they weren't that great, so if I'm honest. Like the tutorial editing, I never made a video in my life. I've never screen recorded anything. And if you compare it to my latest tutorial, I think it's a lot better quality personally. And yeah, I started streaming and I loved it. I really enjoyed it. I was very nervous when I started it, but I loved the interaction. And it was just a nice way of practicing flying, chatting about you guys. Then I started flying other aircraft, and now I probably fly the 737 on about 50-60% of the time. Well, more than that, I think, about 70% of the time. Other times I fly other aircraft like this. And this all comes from my simming roots. I was a huge simmer growing up. So 20 years ago when I was much younger, I was flying the Captain Sim 727 in FlyJSim 2004, That's what I was doing. So yeah, got into streaming, loved the interaction, and yeah, I've been streaming now, for 2.5 years? Crazy, really. And there you go. So it was Marianne all along. Yes, absolutely. Yes, well done, Ethan Bleeker, very well done. The Smoothie Project says, when are they coming around with a coffee? Well, it is a cargo aircraft with no cabin crew on board, but we do have a coffee maker. If you're a stowaway, you'll have to make it yourself. I seem to have assigned my Avitab view. That's better. Oh my goodness, seems to be quite a lot of traffic inbound to Sint Maarten. Actually, how many arrivals are going into Sint Maarten? I'm looking on the map, there's like a little coming in from everywhere. Oh, could be quite busy getting in. Jane Actress, will you be doing any more flights in this CJ4 Alpaca Executive Jet? I've got so many aircraft I like to fly, but yes, the working title CJ4, I mean, I think there's been a significant amount of improvements since we last flew it. Flown it twice. And now, obviously, I think one of the devs is working directly for a Sobo, which is pretty cool. And they've got Navigraph integration into the ND, which is again, very, very cool as well. So yeah, soon, I'd like to think. We'll give it a shot again. Oh, Ben Matthews, my goodness, I completely forgot about incapacitation video, I know, oh, yeah. Yeah, I completely forgot about that, if I'm honest. The one with Marion doing incapacitation was pretty cool. I'll say, is it still on the cards? Yes, Ben, it is. When I get around to doing it, I don't know. Aaron says, thank you for Mariana for gifting us.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Thank you very much, Mark Jackson, for the £5 donation. Very kind, buddy.
In the 737 is VS use diff too low and LVL change if too high and when close to profile. Engage VNAV.
Excellent question, Mark. In a nutshell, yes. In a nutshell, we would use both level change to recapture the profile from above and vertical speed to arrest that rate of descent to get back onto the vertical profile for coming below. You can also use VNAV as well, because it will do no more than 1,000 feet per minute if you're below profile. But in a nutshell, Mark Jackson, yes. And boy oh boy, you might have already seen it, but I have a tutorial as well for that too, a high energy approach tutorial. Now, it's not just about the approach, it talks about the initial parts of descent and how to utilise the automation to kind of recapture your profile and get back onto it. It's one of my
50,
earliest tutorials.
40, 30,
And it was 60,000 views, so I'll post it there
10.
for you in chat now, Mark Jackson. You might find that one useful. Helps answer your query in a bit more detail.
At Flight Deck 2 Sim, you are a top guy. The first would be proud to call you a friend, and you are so supportive of those who are not so good but learning to fly a desktop sim, including me.
Oh, Andy.
I'm always learning.
I'm always
By the
learning.
way, I promise not to break the stream this time.
Oh, Andy, well, that's very, very kind. Thank you very much for your donation. You're most welcome, and I enjoy doing this. Not only the interaction for you guys, but you guys ask some cracking questions. Sometimes you ask me questions, I'm like, oh, blimey, you know what? I need to look that up. And the great thing is, not only me investing my time in helping answer your queries and answering your queries and helping you become better virtual pilots, you're making me a better pilot as well, because you're asking me these great questions I'm looking up, and that increases my knowledge. There's not a single pilot in the world that's going to put his hand up and say, I know everything. I'm certainly never going to know everything by the time I retire. There's so much more to learn and to keep learning. But thank you very much, Andy. Very kind, and thank you for the donation, and very much appreciate it. Take care, thank you. Very kind. Wilhelm says, could you please keep the Tupolev airworthy? At the 5% you're not flying the Western aircraft. I know, we need some more Tupolev. We still have one racked up in gathering dust in Duxton, don't we? Unbelievable. Right, anyway, let's program some more waypoints in the INS. We're routing from waypoint 6 to 7. So we can start programming waypoints 1 to 5 again, which will pretty much take us all the way to Sint Maarten. So if I just bring up Navigraph again, let me click into it as well. There we go. So we're just approaching 2/3 of the way to Sint Maarten. We've just passed the Codex waypoint. We'll do the fuel check the next one here at La Romana VOR, which is actually now tuned. So you can see we're inbound to what's this waypoint VOR called again? La Romana, Lima Romeo November, and you can see here both by INS and DME. We tuned it earlier, so the first officer or Jim has the VOR tuned on box 2, 16.2, and you can see the DME from that side there. The inbound course we're flying is 132. Let's see if it actually matches the VOR radial. It should be pretty much spot on. There you go, very, very nice. So you can see how accurate INS navigation is. This is the VOR radial. Sorry, not the 132 radial. 132 is the reciprocal. This is we're established on the 312 radial, so you look at the tail of the needle here. And if you look at the INS navigation, which is what this is showing, is pretty much exactly the same. And this is the... What was this we programmed? The 7th, I think it was. Sorry, look at the flight plan here. Yes, it was the 7th INS waypoint programmed. You can see that's 6 to 7 as well. So let's program the next few waypoints beyond the 9th waypoint. Otherwise, the INS will get to the 9th waypoint, won't know what to do next, and it will just go, don't know. So we need to program the next ones here. So what I'll do, I'll bring up Navigraph to show you here. And we programmed all the way to waypoint number 9. Waypoint number 9 was the MAS VOR, so that's as far as the INS navigation will take us, so we need to program the next few waypoints after this. So, next waypoint will be Josh. That's waypoint number 1, so we need to go to waypoint, select number 1, don't use 0 because it doesn't go from 9 to 0, 0 is the original waypoint for programming. Waze goes 9 to 1, so we need to program INS number 1.
So Josh, I've got the coordinates in front of me, so bear with me, but I'll drag the map along so you can see what I'm doing. It is north, 1814.5, insert, and west, 0663001, insert. I must not do 6. If I do 6, it'll screw it up, so we must stop at 5. Waypoint number 2 is Tuna, love that. There it is, Tuna. Right on the corner of, let me get my FlyJSim map out, Puerto Rico. Just about movement. Waypoint number 2 is Tuna. North is 1758.9. Insert west 065532. Insert waypoint number 3 is St. Croix VOR, which is here. North 1744.1. Insert west 06442. Insert waypoint number 4 is Gouda. Then we have to some cheese. And I think that's the beginning of the arrival. Yes, that's the start of the star into Sint Maarten. So Gouda, waypoint number 4. Yes, north 1756. 0. Insert west 063400. Insert, and we can do number 5 as well, which is Elura. And at that point, I think I might just make this the last one, because at that point I'm going to be established on the last inbound range, straight onto the final approach course. So Elura, might as well call it the last one. The last one I was going to plan was Papa Juliet Mike, but we don't have to worry about it anymore. So Elura is number 5, correct, north 1759.5. Insert west 063279. Insert. There we are. So we've got all the INS waypoints. Elura is already on the arrival, inbound to the VOR, so that's all looking good. Oh yes, I've just looked at chat. 10 out of 10 for the emoji choice. Unbelievable. Sweet. So yeah, when we get currently inbound to VOR again, so we look at the flight log. Next inbound flight log is La Ramona, which are inbound here on right in the corner of Dominican Republic, so we're overhead. And then we'll do a fuel check here, making sure it's all as it should be. Tudor, can the 727 fly from Europe to USA? Don't think so. Was the 7... No, I don't think it's definitely not got the range with a full load of passengers, that's for sure. I should think empty, no problem. Or we can take the NG across the Atlantic empty. Does anyone know? Yeah, Zaffa, you're quite right. The range 2,250 miles. So we're flying about 1,000 miles a day, so it's almost half the range flying for this aircraft. But empty, I wonder what the ferry range was. I tried to find it out online, but I couldn't find any information. The ferry range is probably approaching 3,000 miles. Oh, sorry, Jamlin. I saw earlier you requested a stapler view. There's your lovely livery. Don't do enough outside views. Zephyr, any tips for the FlyJSim 737-200? I mean, only more tips than follow my streams. No, I'm joking. I mean, my streams, I'm trying to fly it as realistically as possible. There are some good tutorials on the YouTube as well. I can't think of any off the top of my head. I think VOR Sims has flown this aircraft a few times, so I'd also recommend checking him out. But yeah, there's some really nice guidance included with the aircraft as well. Just take your time. The key thing with this aircraft doesn't have an auto throttle. Now we're talking about Microsoft Flight Simulator the other day and the CJ and the CRJ. Remember what I was talking about with parasitic drag? This is so much more realistic in X-Plane 11. You see how I've just had the thrust set. I have not touched this for 45 minutes and the speed is steady. If I was just to increase thrust a little bit more, there's too much parasitic drag. In Microsoft Flight Simulator, it's not right. Something, you add the thrust and the speed just runs away. It seems like there isn't much parasitic drag in the cruise. So, as a comparison, look. Let me just increase the N1 from 92% here. Now, I'm not suggesting that the Aerosoft is badly modelled or anything like that, but if I increase the N1, there's so much parasitic drag, we're going to really struggle to speed up. It's going to be a very slow amount of time for it to increase because the drag's so high. With the CRJ, I found that if you set your thrust there, because remember there's no waterfall on that, if you set the thrust or change your N1 by only a couple of percent, it would always accelerate from like 0.78 to 0.85. I found even though it changed by 2 or 3%, I think the drag model at high speed is a lot more realistic in X-Plane 11, considerably so. But I'm no expert again on that. I'm just giving you a comparison based off my experience. I've not flown the CRJ. Maybe by increasing your percentage N1 by a couple of percent does make increase from 0.78 to 0.85, but I have my doubts. Anyway, I'm going to put the thrust back just as a demonstration. The speed has hardly increased by probably 0.1 of a Mach, or 0.01 of a Mach. Anyway, we need to do another fuel check because we're right overhead the Lima Romeo November VOR. You can see the needle, well, we just missed it, but the needle has now swung round. We're now inbound to waypoint number 8, and let's do a fuel check at Lima Romeo November. La Romana. There we are. So we've been airborne now for 1 hour and 43 minutes. Is that right? Yeah. I think we're just going a little bit slower, aren't we? So 38, and it's now 41. So we're 3 minutes late on the time. We should have been here at 38 and it's 41. Fuel we have 10.9 tons. There's my calculator, number one tool for any pilot. And we started with 19,300. And we have 10,900 on board. So fuel burn is 8,400. There we are. So that's making much more sense now. So we're two or 3 minutes late on the flight plan, as we were discussing earlier. We were a little bit slow getting up to our cruise Mach number because of the climb performance. We have 10.9 tons on board. We're expecting 8.2. So it makes sense for the extra fuel we took. We should have burnt 8,400. We should have burnt 8,700. We burnt 8,400. So we're now saving a bit of fuel. But the fuel burn in the FlyJSim is very close to the sim brief profile, which is pretty cool. It swang or swung? Oh no, swung round. Swung, sorry. Oh dear. We speak good English. It swung. RS Turbo, is the nose on the 727 the same as the 73? I believe so. Yeah. If you were to just give you that kind of profile there, ignoring obviously the T-tail, the swept-back wings, that is the same as the 737. Swag it, swung it. Oh, I'm gonna get some. Oh, don't let Mariana know. Mariana gives me enough stick for my grabber. Thanks, Andy. Polcast, the question: can you retract flaps once they've been extended whilst on approach? For example, if ATC clears speed restrictions, thanks. Yeah, there's nothing stopping you from retracting the flaps again. I mean, it's very unusual because you start slowing down. I mean, typically you select flap 1 at around 12 miles, 12-mile final, and they should be higher when you would have selected it sooner. And ATC aren't going to give you a speed restriction any less than sort of 200 knots until you're within sort of 15 miles. They might do, but it'd be very unusual for them to say, right, yeah, descending past 10,000 feet, maintain 180 knots, because they know you're going to have to extend your flaps out. For example, in the 737, it is prohibited to hold with the flaps extended in icing conditions, so you need to have them retracted anyway. So if they start getting you to fly or requesting you to fly certain speeds in holds, or if holds have minimum speeds, and this actually came up in my command upgrade as one of my questions. You enter hold and the hold speed is 180 knots and you're in icing conditions, would you extend the flaps? And it's sort of like, well, no, because it's a limitation. You can't fly with the flaps extended in icing conditions in a hold. You can obviously descend, but if you're holding, they want you to. It's a limitation. You've got to retract the flaps. So you say, yeah, well, I have to go with the flaps up. Oh, yeah, but you can't. You've got to do 180 knots from ATC. So I said to the guy, I'm stuff ATC. Just tell him we can do 210, and then I'll write a report afterwards to say that it's a Boeing limitation. He was like, okay, very good. Hogger fish, wonderful. How long have you been trained to fly the 737? Type rating, obviously, I conducted in 2011. That's how I learnt how to fly the 737. To get my license was around 2 months or so, 2.5 months. And then it's a continual learning experience throughout your entire time as a first officer. You're obviously qualified to fly the aircraft and stuff, but you keep learning throughout your entire time as a first officer. Become a captain. You learn a bit more, but becoming an instructor is what I took my knowledge beyond being what I thought was good at the time. I thought it was good, and then when I became an instructor, I was like, wow, there's so much more I didn't know about this aircraft. So if you are a line pilot, happen to be watching the stream, and you have the opportunity to ever become an instructor or an SFI or do something like that, I'd thoroughly recommend it, because not only does it increase your knowledge, increase your confidence as well. Now, prior to that, I had an option. I was either going to become an instructor for a year. That was my choice, or do the command upgrade. So I said, I'll try and become an instructor, see if I'd be any good. I didn't think I'd be any good at it. Went for the interview and passed it, and then I did the course, and then I absolutely loved it. So I ended up staying on for another year and a half. Did 2.5 years as an instructor. Loved it. Really enjoyed it. Very enjoyable. I wish in the future to work back in the Sims, but no vacancies at the moment. They usually take on instructors as first officers, because that's as you are as an SFI. But that experience was brilliant, and love working there. The airline I work for has a absolute world-class training department. They're so well recognised. I trained a lot of pilots for other airlines. They all commented on. Not how much better it was. Their operators, all airlines have world-class training departments, but they were very impressed with how we set things up, the documentation we provide. Everything is given to you. But anyway, there you go. Icefire. Now, I did see just before the stream you rejoined us as a member, so welcome back, buddy. And be nice to see you back here as well. And hope you've been very, very well. And yeah, hope you can stick around. Anyway, how far are we until top of descent? Top of descent is going to be approximately 20 minutes before Koi, and for 2 hours 7. Yeah, actually not that far away. Top of descent's probably around 25 minutes away. So probably best start setting up for the approach. Jacob, have you ever flown the 737 Classic? I haven't, no. Fishmeb, do you know Mentor Pilot? No. And even if I did, I wouldn't be able to discuss that. But of course I have heard of it. Richard Wormsley, any instructor role at an airline is my dream. Absolutely. I swear, I missed the memes and silly posts. The streams were nice too. Probably switch that around. Yeah, welcome back, buddy. And as ever, don't ever hesitate to contact me on Discord if you have any queries. And, good to see you back, buddy. With Discord's been, I'll put it this way, Icefire. I mean, I always listen to feedback, and we've made a lot of changes around mainly Discord, tied it up as well. So it's kind of cater for as many people as well. As you well know, we have young members, old members, retired members, all there for different reasons. And we made a lot of changes there, and we do our absolute best to cater for everyone's needs. And if you ever have any feedback or anything, and that's to all members as well, DM me directly, and then everything will be said in confidence as well. If you had anything to say about a particular person, not an issue. It will always be kept in mind. We made some significant changes in the last a few months or so. So I hope you enjoyed the experience. I'm sure the other members will comment, but always open to feedback. Right. Anyway, let's start setting up for the approach into Sint Maarten. Oh, I've had a. Oh, whoops. Yeah, VATSIM said 2 minutes ago to contact them, so we actually have some ATC here, guys. 11850. Wait, I can use my radio tuning plan. I had it muted, which is why it didn't ping up. There we are. Turn up the ATC. And this centre is Sierra Juliet.
Alpaca 71, keep the speed up 280 now. Currently doing 280 knots, Alpaca 71. Thank you.
So currently inbound to waypoint number 9, which was the MAS VOR. Our radar, very good evening. Alpaca 72 Sierra Mike, maintaining flight level 330, inbound to Mike Alpha Zulu. Give us a squawk as well.
Takeoff calling your block, break Alpaca 91 Bravo, reduce speed 260 knots.
There's a radar right behind me.
Speed 260 knots, Alpaca 91 Bravo.
Radar, very good evening. Alpaca 72 Sierra Mike, maintaining flight level 330, inbound to Mike Alpha Zulu.
Alpaca 72 Sierra Mike, San Juan Center, radar contact, squawk 2156.
2156, Alpaca 72 Sierra Mike. San Juan Center, love it. Funny place to have a transponder, isn't it?
Alpaca 23, back with you. Alpaca 23, descend flight level 170. Descend flight level 170, Alpaca 23. Again 002, turn right heading 105, vectors due to localized. To the right,
Just fixing the volumes here, guys, so I can understand it's
again
really loud.
001, descend and maintain 3000. Descend and maintain 3000, Honey 001.
Perfect. So, let's start setting up for this approach into Sint Maarten. Now, how do I calculate my top of descent
Alpaca
point?
720 Mike, say Mach number.
72 Sierra Mike, Mach decimal 85.
Great.
Yeah, it's actually a little bit slower than that, but we'll just speed up. Good. So back to around 95%. So how do you work out your top of descent?
Again,
It might seem really simple,
runway 8
but
localized,
it's as simple as
runway 10
this.
localized.
3 times your height, okay? 33,000 feet times by 3 is 99.
Can you say it for hanging CSU2?
Take into
Turn
account
runway
the
10
fact you need
localized.
to slow down as well. So 10 knots.
I recall one on localized for hanging CSU2.
To slow down approximately 10 knots takes about 1 nautical mile, very conservatively. So we're going to be doing 300 knots in descent. We need to slow down to 200 knots. That will take an extra 10 miles, plus any tailwind component is hardly any.
Alpaca 4 Hotel
If there's any bit of headwind. So
Turn left direct, go
99 plus the fact we need to slow down
Let's
10
go
miles is
down.
109
Alpaca 4.
plus, you know, it's around
Again,
110
002,
miles.
3 miles
So I
from
want to be
Green
around
Area.
110 miles
Descend and
before.
maintain 2,500 out to establish under localized equate ILS 10
Just gonna
approach.
turn this guy down.
Descend and maintain 2,500 under establish localized for hanging CSU2.
Some people
Runway,
love to have the mic in their mouth. Whilst on
again
flights.
001, join runway 10 localizer.
Can't control the volume.
Join runway
Just give me 2 seconds, guys, just to fix the flight
localizer.
volumes.
Alpaca 41 Bravo, reduce speed 240 knots.
Should be a bit better now.
Alpaca 91 Bravo, reduce
There we
speed
are.
210 knots.
So yeah, about 110 miles before our top of descent point, we want to start descending. You see here the top of descent point, remaining distance is actually 116 miles, so it's pretty close to what we estimated. And if you look here at Koi, that's going to be 92 miles away, so 116 minus 92, what's that? That's going to be 24. Okay, so 24 miles before the Koi VOR, we want to start descending. So what I'm going to do is put 108.2 to reference the VOR. And we're still out of range from that VOR, so then that comes in, we'll be able to reference that. When that's at 20 miles, we'll initiate our descent, and that's going to work out quite nicely. So we're going to put 108.2, put that on here, and we're currently Just going to look here at Navigraph charts because that's the en route charts. So we're actually flying outbound from the MAS VOR now. Yes, there's our VOR. 20 miles before in St. Croix, we're going to initiate our descent. We're still over Puerto Rico at the moment. So 1082 we're going to put on active, box 1 and 2 at the moment. Because that's the next VOR we're routing to anyway. Cool. And then what I'm going to do is put the VOR frequency for Sint Maarten because we're flying a VOR approach today. So that is done. Sint Maarten is Tango November Charlie Mike. The arrival going to be flying is, there's only one, but the Luba one, but it comes from all different points. We're going to be coming in via Gouda, that's the waypoint we're coming in via. And Gouda was the 4th INS waypoint programmed. The 4th and 5th one is Gouda, and the last waypoint is the 5th INS program waypoint to Elora. And then we're actually on the final approach track straight in for a VOR approach. Now I can't find any holding here. The only hold I've found is actually directly over the airport. But we should hopefully be ahead of everyone here, so no, it's not VRX3, it's VR Zulu for straight. There we are. So, here's the star, guys. Luba 1, we're coming in via Gouda, and it simply says Gouda, track 087, love it. My sort of arrival, track 087, and landing expect vectors to execute VR Zulu runway 10 straight in approach. It tells you exactly what to expect, and it says here at Gouda you're going to have around 22 miles to run. So what I'm going to plan is at Gouda be around 6,000 feet. If you're at 6,000 feet at Gouda, you're going to be great height for a straight in approach, but direct distance to the airport at Gouda. You can see the summit. Actually, no, that's a lie. 10, 20, 32.1. So that must be the direct distance to the final approach fix, not the airport. But yeah, sorry, Gouda, we want to be 10, 20, 32 miles. We want to be at around 9,000 feet at Gouda, 6,000 feet it's Elora. Papa Juliet Mike is pretty much on the threshold. So if we're at 6,000 feet at Elora, we're pretty nice position here for a straight in. That's it really. VOR approach then. 13.0 is the VOR frequency. We'll put that on standby.
001, contact tower 132.05.
There we are. Final approach track will tune later, but it's 096. In fact, I'll put that on Jim's side now.
Delta 4000 for Delta 639.
We can't tune the INS1 because it's being used for INS navigation at this stage. So that's done. We'll just remind me to set 096. Minimums then for the VR approach. This is a MDA, so we need to add 40 feet to this. Now, the way to get the MDA light to flash, the only way to get it is set the radio altimeter. So we can reference that over the height. So we're adding 40 feet to this. It's going to be 520 feet. So what I'll do is set the radio altimeter to best I can, 520. It's going to be about there. That way we'll get the MDA light at minimums, and as a height it's 500 feet plus 40, so we'll set that to 540, a little bug here to remind us. It's about there. So when we're at that bug, that's the minimums for the VR approach. So, what we're going to do on this arrival, if we're not under radar control, if we're procedurally flying, after Gouda we can descend down to 2,600. Then after Aluba, we can go down to the platform altitude of 1,600 feet. And we maintain that altitude until the final approach fix at Debir. Once we're at there, we can start descending. We have got... Look at our speed, look, decimal, we're nearly at MMO, look, decimal 88, love it. Burning a hole in the ozone layer. 1,600 feet to the platform at 4.9 DME, so as soon as that turns over to 5, we can start descending at 2.98 degrees. If we're visual at that point, though, I might disconnect. I'm going to configure to land with flat 30, probably right before the FAF, start going, landing flaps as well. And we're going to fly inbound on the 096 until we get to the minimums. If we have to go around, it's track 180 degrees, so it's an immediate missed approach. The missed approach point is at 2 DME. Okay, so if we have to go around after that, say I've screwed something up, we'll make an immediate right turn. So we're going to make a right turn, track outbound on 180, and climb to 4,000, passing 2,600 feet, and within 10 miles make sure you do a left turn back to the beacon at Papa Juliet Mike, and then it'll be sort of a direct entry to enter the hold there. And, possibly vectors before then. Hopefully if we do go around, we'll just get vectors straight in for the approach. There you are, you've got approach and tower, so radar vectors are likely. Yeah, we can go for a visual approach, Andy M31, if that's the case. Now let me just grab the weather as well. Ah, look, we're approaching top of the descent as well. The DME's coming over the VR, so we're 20 miles. About 40 miles to go from top of descent. There's no ATIS, unfortunately, so let's have a look at the METAR.
Break Delta 639 or 3 miles from Western. 10 left heading 100, maintain 3,500 on the establishment.
Approaching the waypoint Tuna, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Tuna and Gouda on a route today. So here's the latest weather: 10 miles visibility, surface wind 1006, few clouds at 2,900, 31 degrees, absolutely roasting down there. Beautiful. What a lovely day in the Caribbean, not the Mediterranean. Yes, I did accidentally say this is the Mediterranean once in a stream when I was last here in the Caribbean. So yeah, weather's lovely. Landing performance then, I'm going to use flap 30, set the bugs for that, and I'm going to go order brake to medium. The reason is, I want to stop as soon as possible. I could go max.
Contact Julian approach 128.9.
Show the airport chart. So runway length 2,300 metres, not the longest but not the shortest either, it's long enough, but there's no possibility to vacate down here, so what we're going to try and do is brake to get to this point here to do a 180. 180 here and this kind of extended runway point here, and then we're going to backtrack and take right, most likely in an Echo. I had the Payway airport scenery for this by AW Designs, looks really nice. We'll vacate Echo and then taxi on to stand. Limited stand choices, but hopefully there'll be one that's free. Anyway, that's it. I think we're all good. If you have any questions about the approach today, please feel free to leave that now in chat. I'll try and answer them. But yeah, nice straight in VR approach. Quite cool. I don't think I've ever done. We have done a VR approach in the 727. We went to right to the top of the world in I can't remember the name of the island now. But yeah, we have done non-precision approaches in the FlyJSim.
Yeah, I got the feeling that. Thank you so much. Okay, quick visual approach on the 8 contact tower 132.05. Over star 132.05.
Gouda is something that is nearly impossible for native English speakers to pronounce. It's like that word, classic one, but pretty sure you can't pronounce it. Behalvordenlers. I don't understand it. The Harpers, if it's 30 degrees more offset than a circle to land, absolutely right, you use the circling minima if it's outside of 30 degrees. Svalbard, sorry. Thank you, Brandy Boy, you're quite right. Lascam, how much does the 727 cost? Good question. I don't know at the moment. Guest mystery said $60. I think it's only available through the X-Plane store as well.
In 1 course 190, right turn 2-minute legs.
Oh, someone holding? Oh, please don't make me hold. A for the fuel, and B, I've got to do it old school. $60, correct, it is $60. I think that's a fair price, you get a lot of aircraft for that. More people, how do I enter the giveaway? Yes, only what people are interested in. Enter the giveaway, it'll be explained at the end. If I ever give giveaways, guys, at the end there. Hey buddy, Jack's just walked in. Come here then. Up. Oh, say hello. Oh, that's a big kiss, isn't it? My Labrador's just walked in and he's having a bit of a stretch. He's got a bit of sore legs at the moment. He's 6 years old and he's just oh, good boy. Oh, he's having a good cry. Oh, you get, yes, nice. He's getting chinny rubs. Yeah, we took him for a walk yesterday and I threw his ball, which I hadn't done for a while, but he afterwards now he gets a little bit, kind of a couple hours afterwards he gets really stiff and it's a bit painful for him now, so we're going to be a little bit more careful with him.
Bye-bye.
Oh, you like that?
Alpaca 72 here, Mike, are you able to hold?
Well, I can if you need me to. Alpaca 72 Mike.
Yeah, I was thinking that's not going to happen. You know what, instead I'll just give you sub-vectors for now. Currently holding aircraft.
No problem at all, and I can take a published hold if you need me to. I'll back a 720 Mike.
Yeah, that's not gonna work for now. I'll have them for you shortly.
Thank you. Standing by for intentions, and we'll be ready for descent in 10 miles.
Roger. When ready, descend and maintain flight level 150.
When ready, descend, maintain flight level 150. I'll back a 720 Mike. Oh, we might be having to do some holding then. So we took a bit of extra fuel for this anticipation. We're approaching a waypoint called Snooze, ladies and gentlemen.
And the holding won't be long because currently aircraft start getting in quite quickly.
No problem at all. I'll back a 720 Mike. I look forward to the challenge.
Okay. Parker to take off if you copy the
Perfect.
message.
So yeah, look, we're just approaching a waypoint here called Snooze. Let's do our last fuel check here.
Expect vectoring for
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Thank you very much, Peters. Oh, thanks, buddy.
For a doggy Easter egg.
Thank you very much, buddy. Very kind. Happy Easter to you, Pete. Thank you very much for your continued support, and thank you for the information. Very kind. So here's Snooze. For some reason, it has an unknown waypoint here. Anyway, fuel-wise, we should have 6.4. We have 9.3. Oh yes, we've got loads extra fuel. 7.8494. We almost got 3 tons extra. That's quite a bit extra. Sorry, that's that extra fuel we saved. We only took 2.3. So we've got 30 minutes. I've got 30 minutes until I'm happy. Sorry, I've got 30 minutes until I'm going to have to start thinking about diverting. And our alternate is Puerto Rico, San Juan, who we're talking to here, which we've just flown past on the east there, and we'd climb up to. Sorry, did you say we can descend now, or expect that cleared flight level? I'll have to confirm ATC. Yeah, we'll go all the way up to 32,000 feet to divert. We won't even get up there. But quite a long way away, but that's a nice far return. Alpaca 720 by. Sorry, was that descend when ready?
That is correct.
Leaving now for flight level 150, Alpaca 720 Mike. Right, there's top of descent, a little bit high, but I'm expecting holding anyway. So what I'm going to do is go to IS hold, and I'm not going to go idle thrust. I'm just going to slowly reduce that thrust, just pitching up slightly because obviously my bug speed's a little bit high.
Alpaca 2 took off. When ready, descend.
I'm going to maintain around 280 knots, so I'd usually go down at 300 knots for this regime.
Ready, descend flight level
Because we're
170,
expecting holding,
Alpaca 2.
I don't mind getting a little bit higher. Scott Coast, does anyone have the link to the Alpaca Concorde livery? I can get a link for that for you, Scott. If you want the link, though, no, sorry, I always... Right, let me get something straight here, because I know... Someone told me that someone said that you have to be a member to get the liveries. That is absolute horse manure. You do not need to be a member to get the liveries. Yes, if you're a member, I have them all linked directly, so it's easy for you to get there. But if you'd like a custom livery made by one of the many excellent members that make the custom liveries, if you look in the chat section of the stream, usually at the start, you'll find someone who's used the command !livery to grab it, and then that's all you need to do. You know, some point in that chat history, someone will post it there. The reason I don't post links in the video description is because sometimes the people that make the liveries or scenery or something like that, the links change, so I don't keep active links there. But if you ever want one, have a look at the old streams. It's always there.
Sure, let me know when you're back.
That didn't sound good. Yeah, that sound was because I took the thrust all the way back. There you are. You can't silence it by lifting this switch. Danny, does that happen a lot, holding in St. Martin? Not usually, but I think we've attracted quite a lot of traffic today. In fact, I'm going to go idle thrust and lift that little horn up. There we are. Scott Coates, I see, thanks mate, I've been following the Concorde streams, learning and wanted delivery. No problem, Scott. I'd love to grab the link for you now, but I'm very busy and I don't have Discord open, and then I have to kind of link copy and paste it. So you'll find it there for sure. Anyway, we just passed the St. Croix VOR.
what we'll do is tune up the VOR at Sint Maarten, and there we are, we're 80 miles away, so we actually, for a straight in, we're really high, 80 miles, remember this airport's on the airfield, 8 times 3 is 24,000 feet, we're at 30, so about 6,000 feet high for a straight in. Because we're expecting holding, I'm not so worried, but if he says we can get straight in, we could just bring the speed brake out. The speed brake out on this aircraft is an absolute beast. It slows the aircraft down so much. So yeah, being high isn't an issue. You can quickly get back on profile. Anyway, I'm going to descend at around 280 knots now. Alpaca's clogging up the skies. John Padford, the problem with
Alpaca 238 descend.
Alpaca is that they fly the same sector at the same time. Absolutely, yes. So usually all in one. But I'm very proud. Some of you are sometimes
50,
around
40,
flying around here.
30, 20, 10.
Mariana, have a listen to this. She's just went past me.
For some Mr. Man's treats.
Have a listen to the stream just now. Ben Matthews, thank you very much for the £5 donation. He's donated for some Mr. Man's treats. Thank you very much. So yes, Mariana primarily calls Jack Mr. Mans. Myself as well, a little bit. We call him Jack, but we call him Mr. Mans sometimes, don't we? Come on, Mr. Mans. That was very kind of you, Ben Matthews. You just came in here and gave a right old kiss about 10 minutes ago. Hello. Oh, what you got? Yeah, very nice. Mr. Mans, brilliant.
Alpaca 720 Mike 10, left heading 010.
Left heading 010 degrees, Alpaca 720 Mike. So these are delayed vectors. So what we're going to do is go heading select. Oh, look, I forgot to arm the altitude again. I even wrote it big letters in a post-it note. Arm altitude. So we're going to bug that heading, and now I'm going to add thrust. The reason is I'm in level change, and I'm going to bring the speed back to 250 knots. I don't want to get too low too early, and then we could just use, we can still route to existing waypoints in the database if we need to.
Alpaca 238, contact your approach 128.9
Don't add too much thrust, don't want to take off that much quickly, about 50%, and yeah, he's actually helping me out here hugely by giving me these delayed vectors instead of conventional holding. Delayed vectors aren't unusual. I mean, I don't mind holding, but obviously I can only use a conventional navigation to hold. I can't hold at a fixed waypoint with INS unless I program that waypoint, I suppose, but I've got no needles or arrows referencing it, so I can only do conventional holds, which I don't think there are any conventional holds into this airport. But yeah, I'll take the delayed vectors. So, by adding thrust and pitching for 250 knots, we can stay a little bit higher for a little bit longer. What's great, we have the DME from the VOR here. I will keep the INS tuned to the active waypoint, which is Gouda. So if he wants us to route direct to Gouda or Elora, I can do that and use the INS still.
Can amend that altitude to flight level 170.
So I'm just going to add a bit more thrust just to maintain about 1,000 feet per minute. And the great thing about IS holds is you don't have to worry about your speed so much. If I use vertical speed, that means I have to really keep an eye out on the speed because I have to use thrust to maintain speed. IS hold is pitching to maintain that speed, so it's one less thing to worry about. So it's a far nicer way to control the speed. Guys, if you're here for the giveaway, don't worry. I'll be doing the giveaway at the end of the stream. You know, I don't know. I'm not only going to say is here. I don't think there's nothing worse than a content creator or whatever. If people come in, where's the giveaway? Where's the giveaway? It's not very respectful, I don't think. But that's just my point of view. If there's a giveaway, it will always be at the end of the stream. Always check the video description. If it's not at that time, it'll do it at a different point. Anyway, I'm being a moody old man, perhaps. Rigged, absolutely. You've got no chance of winning. At the Harpers, do you only recycle flight directors if there isn't a runway point in the FMC leg page? Is that to stop flight director going when out of quiet appears? Pretty much exactly at the Harpers. If there's no runway point coded, or if there's a missed approach point coded, what will happen is, yes, the flight directors will level off or follow the missed approach after that point there.
Alpaca 720, Mike, maintain 250 now.
250 knots, Alpaca 720, Mike. That's exactly what we're flying. Yeah, great question. The Harpers, very good. Yeah, recycling the flight directors is just to get rid of the guidance. Also, if it's offset, if it's a straight-in approach with runway point coded, you don't need to recycle them 9 out of 10 times. But what you might find if you're flying an unprecision approach in VNAV, if it's very cold or it's very hot or quite a significant difference to ISO temperature, the VNAV profile, which is commanding the flight director, might put you too high or too low. And it's quite common for people to be following it. And what catches people is very hot days. We don't temperature correct for hot temperatures. And so you find that you're much higher than what VNAV's putting you much higher than you would be because it's following a barrel altimeter which is subject to temperature error. So you're flying into an airport, a non-precision approach, and it's 30 plus degrees outside. You're coming down that profile and you'll be 3 or 4 whites. You can see it on a nice visual day, so you might have to end up disconnecting. Get rid of the flight directors because they're obviously commanding this
Alpaca
profile.
720, Mike, turn right heading 080.
Right heading 080 degrees, Alpaca 720, Mike. Get rid of the flight directors and then follow it on there. But you don't need to worry about that in X-plane because it doesn't model cold temperature error.
Alpaca 22 Golf, turn left heading 020. Left 020, Alpaca 22 Golf.
I bet Matthews, you wouldn't get all of this on an Airbus. Where's the on-off switch? Absolutely. So it's worth noting here, you've got this needle here. This needle is great because it's pointing direct to the VOR on the airport, Sint Maarten, the Sint Maarten VOR. So if you ever want to fly direct to the airport, just follow this needle, and we'll need that for the approach anyway. Just kind of show you where we are.
Alpaca 23 Lima, descend,
Geographically.
flight level 150.
There we are. So we kind of went off our course here. We have a little bit up north, and then he's going to give us a vector, no doubt, direct to Gouda and lower it to get us back on the approach. But by slowing our rate of descent, adding thrusts for a straight in now, 60 miles, we're at 20,000 feet, so 18, still be a bit high, but this is a nice rate of descent, around 1,000 feet per minute to maintain the profile. What airline is this? Said Cryptic Gaming 201. It is Alpaca Airways. It is the virtual airline. Do a nice little external view for you.
Alpaca 720, Mike, turn right heading 095.
Right heading 095 degrees, Alpaca 720, Mike.
Alpaca 720, Mike, contact Julian approach 128.95.
128.95, Alpaca 720, Mike. Thanks a lot for the ATC, and we'll see you soon.
No problem, thanks for mine.
Perfect. St. Giuliani approach. Hello, Alpaca 72 Mike, descending flight level 150, radar heading 095 degrees, speed 250 knots. Ooh, my voice.
Alpaca 72 Mike, radar contact flight level 2005, 5 miles north to west, Juliana VOR.
I hope I'm not 5 miles northwest of the Juliana VOR.
Alpaca 23, cross Advocate 2600, you're clear for the on-F approach, runway 10, number 2. Clear the on-F 10, cross Advocate.
I'm going to start descending a little bit quicker here, just I'm not sure where we are, so I'm just going to go to idle thrust. That'll obviously pitch nose down to maintain 250. Harper says, but you love the FMC U14 software auto temp Baron Vino correction. I've heard of that, the Harpers.
Target 238 cross Advocate
Amazing
2600, you're clear down to 2600, clear on-F runway 10.
So no problem if he's clearing the RNAV, we'll just simply request the VOR approach. He's got his kid on him.
Approach, good afternoon, Alpaca to Golf on 020 and 170.
Yes, Harpers, yes, if I miss something in chat, don't need to post it 3 or 4 times. I do try my hardest to get as many people in chat, but obviously in these busier stages it's not so easy to read every single comment. Thanks, Joe.
94311, contact.
Anyway,
we should, if we stare in the distance, see St Martin. There we are, there is St Martin over here. So we're just on the vectors at the moment. In fact, I'm quite confident we're not going to be using INS navigation anymore. So we'll switch over to 13.0 and nav. There we are. And we'll set this course, the final approach course for the approach, which is 06. Someone's got a stuck mic.
Pocket 72 Sierra Mike, descend flight level 60, direct Juliana VOR.
7 flight level 60, direct to the Juliana VOR, Alpaca 72 Sierra Mike. That's going to make it so much easier. So 6,000 feet set, and all I can simply use, I could, let's just actually make this even easier. Direct to the VOR, just line up the HSI, so 132, and then just revert to navlock. There we are. And now we're flying direct to the VOR. Now hopefully it'll give us a vector to intercept the final approach course. We're 40 miles out. Alpaca 72 Sierra Mike, can we expect straight in?
May I repeat?
Alpaca 72 Sierra Mike, can we expect to go straight in?
Roger, Alpaca 2 Sierra Mike, are you able to fly direct Abaci?
I'm able to fly direct to the VOR, that's fine. I just want to know, can we expect any more delay or straight in to set the VOR approach?
Okay, fly direct Juliana VOR, call you back.
Roger, Alpaca 72 Sierra Mike. I think I might have confused him a little bit there. So, we're getting a bit high. If we're expecting a straight in, I'm actually going to bring that speed brake out. I expected a bit more delayed vectors. I still might, but we're 35 miles out. I want to be approaching kind of 10,000 feet soon. We're at 15,000. But look at the speed brake go. You know, it's so effective. Getting back onto that profile won't be a problem. That's ground clutter from the weather radar, by the way. That's really cool. FlyJSim have that model, so we'll put the tilt up a little bit higher. Looks like there's no weather. And look at that, 250 knots of speed brake doing around 4,000 feet per minute.
Back at 238, speed
you
warning.
never get that. You never get that in a 737. Andy, so demanding. Not really. I'm trying to help. Just trying to work out where we are.
238, speed 170 knots.
Nathan, shouldn't be a delay. 2 ahead of you and on final and base. Thank you, Nathan. That's great. Look at that speed brake. 4.5, 5,000 feet per minute. Superb. Right, I'm going to do the post-cruise checks now before it gets busy. Fuel is sufficient. We have 6, 12, 18, nearly 20,000 pounds of fuel. Got down pounds. Lights. On APs, our pressurization is day. Diff pressure is decreasing as expected. Set. Seatbelts on a cargo flight, but they're on anyway. And checks complete. We are 10,000 feet, 30 miles. Look at that. Captures. We've now got the profile for a straight in approach. No problem. And speed brake stowed. Ben, I've got a question about the weather radar on the Zebo. Is it okay to slide it into DM later as you're about to get busy? Ben, absolutely. And I must stress to members, do not hesitate to contact me if you have any questions.
I got 238.
Tag me in the technical channels. FlyJSim, I've got a question about this. Please, I encourage it. People always ask. People message me saying, "I'm so sorry I've messaged you." I'm like, why? I'm here. It's all part of the membership, guys. Feel free. All too very polite. Right, anyway, 250 knots, 25 miles, 8,500 feet. Again, we can quickly get the speed brake out if we are expecting a bit of a straight in. We're direct to the VR at the moment, which is great. That's going to make our life a lot easier, but hopefully we'll have a bit more of a right turn soon to intercept. We can't obviously fly straight all the way into the VOR because the runway's facing this direction. It's kind of going 094, so this is the runway direction.
Descend 5,000, correction, descend 4,000 to QNH 1014.
Descend 4,000 feet to QNH 1014, Alpaca 72 Sierra Mike. 1014 is set once, twice, and 3 times. And we'll keep going down a level change. So
we've got left to do is set the 096 final approach course. We're all good. $20 miles to go, 7,000 feet. Again, I don't know if I'll zoom in as much as I can. But there's the airport. There we are. That's the airport. And the runway direction's like this. So hopefully we're going to make a right turn and a left turn onto final. We are flying direct to the VR as instructed. And this height's really nice, and a nice height to allow for us to kind of fly direct in. But we're not coming in via Gouda anymore.
Alpaca 72 Sierra Mike over Juliana VOR 4000 clear. VOR Zulu runway 10 report established final course.
Overhead the VR be VOR Zulu approach. So just confirm you want to go over the beacon and then outbound on the arc.
How are you want?
Okay, he's clearly on VOR Zulu. How does he want me to go over the VOR and then fly the approach? I can't really do that. I can fly a Yankee, but I have to enter the hold. He's made my life difficult here. So, he wants me to fly over, after flying overhead the VOR, he wants me to fly the approach? I think he's a bit confused, but I don't want to add any more confusion here. So, I'm going to have to ask him, because there is VOR Zulu to fly over the beacon, but from flying overhead the beacon, there's no way to position onto the approach. There is a VOR Yankee, but I'm going to have to enter the hold and then fly over. Let me just arrest the rate of descent here. VOR Yankee. There we are. So we've got this one, but I'm going to have to go into the hold and then outbound on VOR Yankee. That's the only way of flying in that one. Interesting. Alpaca 720, I just need a bit of clarification. So after flying overhead the VOR, just confirm which approach you'd like me to fly, because there's several after Papa Juliet Mike.
The VOR Zulu.
I'm unable to fly over the head the VOR onto VOR Zulu. It's not possible because it's a DME arc. I can do VOR Yankee, but I'll need to go into the hold then outbound.
May I repeat, VOR X-ray.
Stand by. There's VOR X-ray. Let's have a look at that one. Yeah, I can do VOR X-ray. Alpaca 720 Mike.
Alpaca 720 Mike, roger. 4,000, you're clear for the VOR X-ray. Report final course runway 10, the QNH 1014.
Clear VOR X-ray, QNH 1014 report final. Alpaca 720 Mike. So, 4,000 feet. Change of plan.
Alpaca 1.
So,
412, turn
we're
right
coming in the wrong direction, so I can't go straight outbound. Okay, so what I need to do is it's pretty much in between a parallel and offset entry. It's pretty much right on the money here. Now I'm going to do an offset entry. So what I'm going to do, I'm just trying to think of this angle here. It's right between parallel and offset.
5,000.
So what we'll do, buck that heading. I need to bring that speed back to 230 knots as well. I'll have to do some mental maths here. We can turn it to the hold. So if we fly a heading of 162, and then we're going to have to do a loop, fly outbound, and go through that way as well. Ah, the J Natres. Sorry, VOR Zulu does have an exit to the DME arc, does it? If that's the case, then I must apologise to that controller. I'll fly VOR X-ray now, but if that's the case, I completely misread that. I can see a missed approach track, but I can't see any. Oh yeah, 318. Got you. Yeah, okay, that would work, but this will be more efficient to do it this way. So that's a 318, and then an arc to a Lubar. Alright, my apologies. So I didn't see that as well. Thanks, guys. But we'll fly. We're going to fly the X-ray now. It's about the same. Actually, this one will be quicker. It's very unusual to have a hold like that. Anyway, that's my excuse. Right, heading select. We're directly over the airport at the moment. Start the timer as well. Look at that, right on the time there. So yeah, I could have gone outbound 318. That would have also worked as well. That's quite cool. Have a look at that chart again. So yeah, you go into the hold like we are now.
Radar contact, turn right,
offset, entry, back outbound on 318. And then it's an arc of 10 miles. But
instead we're doing X-ray now. I'll mention it to the controller, and I'll apologise to him as well. Alpaca 720 Mike, we're overhead Papa Juliet Mike, and entering the procedure for your X-ray runway 10, and I'd like to apologise because you can actually do the VOR Zulu into a DME arc, so my apologies.
No problem.
Alright, anyway, no cheating, let's turn the aircraft off. Right, there's a minute. We're nicely going down to 4,000 feet, we can now turn inbound. Are you sure you're a real pilot? Yes, you can. Feel free to use that emoji. And do bear with me whilst I'm trying to enter a hold for a procedural approach to an aircraft completely unfamiliar to me. I was chatting, interacting there. He sounded so dumb. He did, didn't he? But yeah, I wasn't expecting any of this. Right, 308 is the heading we need to fly inbound. I'm using the needle here. Going down to 4,000. This is really nice. This kind of rate of descent, nice and shallow. So yeah, to go straight outbound on the approach track here, 308, you need. I can't do it in this direction. You've got to be within 30 degrees either side to go straight outbound. But obviously, we're now going to fly directly to the VR on the 308 inbound, straight outbound, and this is actually a timed approach.
Juliana
it's start turn after 2 minutes, so there's no DME distance here. After 2 minutes, we'll turn inbound final.
Alpaca 412, direct Juliana VOR. Direct Juliana VOR.
Anyway, this is actually working out quite nicely.
Alpaca 412, you are recleared. Descent, flight level 60, direct Juliana VOR.
Pete sounded like he meant that, absolutely. But yeah, this is quite a cool demo for this at least. So, got a little bit overshot this turn here, so I need to push the head of that needle onto 308, so I need to probably go on to around... Let's bring that speed back to 200 knots, start bringing the flaps as well. So I need to push the head of that needle onto 308 here, it's around 295, so I'm a little bit outside the hold here, but not by much, let's have a look. Yeah, not by much, I'm happy with that. Get this established to 308 for the out, but actually, you know what? I'm not going to put that to 308. I'm going to put the 096. I'm going to use the tail of the RMI to fly this. That's working out nicely. So we've almost got that head on 308. We're very close to VOR as well. So we've got to a point where you don't want to start chasing the needle. So still assume we can go down a little bit further as well. So we'll just make that final heading 308. Needle's about to swing, about to go right overhead the VOR, and after that we'll start the timer for 2 minutes and we can go down to 1,600 feet. So mode, 200 foot increments, 1,600 feet, and there goes the needle swing. We need to get the tail of that needle now onto 308. We'll start the timer now as we go over the VOR, and 2 minutes now. So we're going to let me just start the timer on my phone. That would be the easiest way of doing it. I'm going to go idle power as well. Clock. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Stopwatch. 2 minutes. There we are. So, and I'm going to start selecting flaps as well. Let's go straight to flap 5. I'm going to plug 180 knots. Alpaca 720 Mike's outbound for the procedure VOR X-ray.
Alpaca 2 Golf, hold publish over Juliana VOR 5,000, call you back.
Someone else. Fair enough. And there you go, I actually got different minimums now as well. That's very unusual. 1,000 to 40 feet, but we'll call it a
Alpaca 2-3 Lima, direct Juliana VOR.
So that's 40 seconds. So minimums have reset as well. 1,000, much higher. 1,000. Go down to 1,600 feet. And then we'll start descending. This is based off there's no DME based off this approach, so it's all timed. Sounds like the old trim's having a nightmare. It's always constantly trimming.
Actually, Alpaca 2 Golf descend 4,000.
So on the 308, let's have a look how we're doing. Pretty nicely.
X-ray, runway 10, Juliana KNH 1014, report on the outbound course.
Bring that speed back a little bit further.
together for X-ray
Coming into 2
and
minutes.
descend 4,000 feet, we report outbound course, according to Gulf.
So obviously this approach doesn't have DME. I mean, I wish I had much more time to brief it carefully, but
Takeoff 412, descend 5,000.
I wasn't. It was a very last minute change from ATC to get that change of approach directly over the VOR. What's the trim doing? I know it's having an absolute nightmare.
Variable 60.
Right, that's 2 minutes, so we need to now turn final and keep it descending. We're around 8 miles, we're around 2,600 feet. That's about right. We've already got the flaps out. Are we still in? Oh look, we've got arm mode. Yes, I do have arm. We're definitely in IS hold, so just going to bring that speed back. There we are, we're turning final now. Do a little flyby. Very, very quiet out there. Too quiet for a 727, that's for sure. Right, 096 is set to intercept. And we can descend to our platform altitude of 1,600 feet, which is set on the altitude here. 10 miles, a bit low, so we're going to add the thrust now. Stab out of trim. I mean, that always happens in the FlyJSim. That should be a normal checklist in the 7.3. It's probably like full. What's the trim position? It's in the green range. Just make sure our landing weight's set here. So VREF's going to be 138. Still descending nicely, probably much lower on the profile, but we can go straight down to 1,600 feet and have a level segment if you wanted to. Nav lock is armed to intercept that final approach course. Just going to further speed down. In fact, I'm going to revert to vertical speed mode. Just
back at 412, call us publish 5,000 of you via VOR.
Just need to bring the speed back a little bit further. Yeah, the trim's not going to be trimming like that. It's constantly trimming all the time. I'm just using that vertical speed knob to click.
Like I said, just here my contacts are 118.7 yet.
118.7, thanks to ATC, Alpaca 72 Sierra Mike Bite. 187, change the speed there. And we're established now on the final approach course. Oh, speed's getting a little bit low. Cool. There we are, so speed's back under control. Hard work, this aircraft. Right, we need to maintain this height, and we can start descending now. But all I'm going to do is probably continue visually, just checking the tower. Alpaca 72 Sierra Mike established on the final approach track for your X-ray runway 10. My aircraft.
Sierra Mike, wing 120 degrees, airway 10, clear to land. Remember the bar.
Arrow 10, clear to land. Alpaca 72 Sierra Mike. Just say the rest.
Remember to get the butter.
Oh, thank you, cheers. I thought you said something else when he was like, trying to vacate at the end or 180 somewhere else. Right, my aircraft now, so I'm established on the platform altitude. I'm visual to start descending. There's 4 miles. Gear down, flap 20. Landing checklist. So let's try and do this whilst hand flying. It's not easy. Start switch is none. Speed brake we can arm. I'm going to select landing flap now, flap 30. A little bit off the centre line, so I'm using the HSI here to get aligned. Setting up my final approach speed as well. So speed brake's arm green. There's no arm green light, but it is armed. Landing is down 3 green, flaps 30, and lights are on clear. Land check's complete. Now I just need to fix this up.
1,000.
Checked. Get back on that extended sense line. So yeah, overall very busy approach. That last minute change to be told to fly the procedural approach on Zulu caught me off guard a little bit, and I didn't actually realise you could go straight outbound from the hold onto the DME arc, which is pretty. Well, I should have checked that, but yeah, the last minute change I wasn't expecting that at all, and that's why it's always very important to check those charts. Anyway, we're established on final. Tad high, but that rate of descent of 1,000 feet per minute should get us back onto profile. Small corrections at this stage. Not sure where the wind's going on. It was on the right. Now we are back on profile, so just check that rate of descent. Speed's a tad high, about 4 knots above our target speed. Still off the centre line here. Don't follow the VOR guidance at this stage now, because it's not going to help you all the way down. So I'm only looking outside. Speed's getting a tad low now. Again, just get back onto the vertical profile. There we are. So just rate of descent.
descending. Looking good. Tad high again. 3 miles back on profile. Just watch that rate of descent. Going to get a sync rate otherwise. Okay, here we are. Keep it going down at this stage. Looking good. All the people on the beach.
50, 40, 30, 20,
Check.
10.
Close. Hold the attitude. Ooh, bit of a firm one, but a bounce as well. Acceptable. Unbelievable. Right, speed brakes up. Reverses. Oh dear, oh dear. Manual braking. See if we make this little bit here to slow down there. 100 knots. I thought that was going to be a bit smoother. 80 knots. 60 knots. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to St Martin. What a flight. Oh my, oh my. Right, reverse is stowed. And we can use the little bit here to backtrack as soon as possible. Right, flaps coming up. Speed brakes up. Ah, my bag. Forgot to flare. Yeah, a little bit. I started bringing the nose up a little bit too early. And then there was a very small flare, a small check there. But to be fair, that's exactly what you want to do on short runways. That's a sort of acceptable landing rate you want to see to get it right at the numbers. But on the practice sectors, blah blah blah. Can't complain, can't complain. And very happy with how I flew that procedural approach, especially with the last minute change, just looking at it. And we did a nice little offset entry. It was right between the choice between offset and parallel, but I couldn't quite accurately see which one we should have done. But worked out well. The timings worked out nicely. Put us on final approach, and without any practice, flying a tri-jet with no auto throttle, I'll take it. Whiplash, unbelievable. There's Echo.
Alpaca 720 Mike, welcome to Juliana, taxi to stand Bravo 2, back for runway 10, back 8 at Echo.
A Kate Echo stand Bravo 2 Alpaca 720 Mike, fake slot for the ATC. Perfect. There's the Echo. And yeah, we've got our little giveaway to do as well, don't forget. Ooh, a bit frisky on the tiller. Yeah, I need to get that tiller fixed. Oh, that joystick looked into it, it's still a little bit sensitive. How much fuel did we have in the end? Loads of gas. We've got 8 tons of fuel. Quite way below the max landing weight as well, so we can take it. There we are. Right, let's find out where we're parked. Airport chart's going to be over here. So Bravo 2, we're in on Echo here, so we'll keep on going on a straight line. We'll take this right then left. There's only one way to get in. And then we'll get straight onto Bravo 2. So yeah, very well spotted, guys. Thank you so much in chat, because let's look at that original approach here. So VOR Yankee was an option as well, which would have been easier because I think it's got DME. Doing a timed approach is always going to be more difficult with the VOR X-ray we flew. And there is the original one there. So yeah, very hard to see, but that little dash line there, yes, we could have done that no problem. It would have been quite cool to do with DME arc, I suppose. So I just didn't see that at all. So I looked at this and I thought, oh, the only way to get established on final is to fly on the DME arc from these inbound points and then to Luba, you call established. But no, there is a little line here, 318, so you could have entered the hole just like we did, and instead of doing VOR Yankee where we turned inside that, which actually saved a bit of time, we could have gone outbound 318 and then at a distance of 10 miles join the DME arc to rejoin the final approach course. So that's why I apologise to the controller, because I said, oh, I don't think you can do that. In fact, you can.
Tower, good afternoon. Alpaca 2 go, establish on localize runway 10.
Just blah.
Alpaca 2 to go, please 120 degrees, 8 knots, runway 10, clear to
50, 40, 30,
Careful land, Alpaca 2.
Oh,
10.
Lawrence, you cheeky git. Don't know if that one will be read out.
A few quick towards the landing gear repair.
Amazing, thank you very much, Lawrence. That will hopefully cover a couple of the bolts that went flung out of the aircraft for that touchdown. Thank you very much for your donation. A little firm, perhaps, but we'll take it today. Oh yes, let's get this APU up and running here, because we're just about to pull on to stand here at Bravo 2. Very hard to do whilst taxiing in a straight line. In fact, I'm just going to bring it to pretty much a stop here. Ugh. There we are, start. Is the EGT going to increase? No. Are they blocking the taxiway? So you have to hold it to start, maybe. There we go. Now the APU's booting up. Right, we'll carry on taxiing. Yeah, it's on the engineer's panel, so it's a bit tough there. There is Bravo 2, so we'll turn off the lights. Taxi lights off, is about to turn on stand. Strobe light off as well. Turn the weather radar down. Off, sorry, not down. There we are, system off, and there we are, putting on stands. There we go. And I think you could possibly shut down engine number 2, pulling on stand soon, but if you... virtual fuel doesn't cost anything. Oh look, it even has a 727 marking. Well, let's appease perfectionists. There we go. My nose will go. Oh dear. Right, we're on the 727 stand. Parking brake is set. And is that AP ready to come on the bus? Looks like it's all stabilised. Just wait until the EGT has rested. Let's try and close that. Ah yes, it's taken it beautifully. Right, we're on the APU generator. We can now shut down all 3 engines. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sint Maarten 727. Amazing. Superb
50,
sector.
40, 30, 20, 10.
Turn those noises up. Thanks, Andy.
Nice landing, to be fair. Got the beers in at the bar.
Thank you very much, Andy. I'll meet you at St. Martin's infamous airport beach. You can watch the other aircraft coming in. Very, very kind. Thank you very much for that donation. Amazing. Oh dear, it wasn't my hardest, it also wasn't my finest, but yeah, never mind. Overall though, we got it here, that's the main thing. A to B, not in pieces in the ocean. Especially with all the technical problems with the stream at the start. Where is he? Where is St. Maarten? It's one of the Caribbean Islands recon. Airport code is Tango November Charlie Mike, if you're interested. Awesome. But no, yeah, I'm a bit miffed actually. Really, I should have seen that on the charts, but it was very last minute. I think he told me about here at this point. Yes, you're cleared to fly VOR Zulu runway 10. Call established on final, and I was like, I was like, how do I do this? Such last minute there, so it caught me off guard a little bit. But no, we managed it. We switched over to the other approach. Oh, look, there's another 727 landing and triple off. But yeah, I must apologise because I did say you can't do that. You can. But there you go. That's what happens. I'm an airport completely unfamiliar with me. To me, when I fly to an airport that's real life a new airport, you know, we have detailed airport briefings which you read before we even get to the aircraft, and I'm in an aircraft that I know how to fly. So that's my excuse anyway. And I've got it out there. Where is the landing rate sheet? Said Alex. That is the work of the excellent Tobias. Here you go. That's going to be pretty low though on the table there. Thanks Andy as well. H1302. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Some of you seem to be coming in to watch it. Anyway, guys, I know why a lot of you are still hanging around because some of you have been asking. I will be now giving away a copy of the FlyJSim 727 to one lucky winner. Now, if you are the lucky winner, I'd like you to do is get in contact with me via social media, be it Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook, or email. And this is one bought by me. I do know FlyJSim personally, but I'm not going to. I never ask any company to give me a giveaway. I'd like to do it myself as well. They do. Some do very kindly offer. And for all the people that last gave away the aircraft, I'm just going to disconnect it. So people popping in on stand. People that do join in here, I think it seems up to no good. Yeah, good job I left. So yeah. To the people that donated last week for the Indie Builds one, that was very, very crazy. So thank you very much to all the generous people that donated that. And if you ever want to do that, do get in contact before the stream, because I know some people in chat said they would like to do it today, but I said no, got to let me know beforehand. And don't ever do it by super chat. Anyway, let's not get too distracted here. If you'd like to win a copy of the FlyJSim 727-200, all I'd like you to do is answer this very simple question in chat. What is the 3-letter IATA code for St. Maarten? So the ICAO code is Tango November Charlie Mike, but what is the 3-letter IATA code for St. Maarten? I'll give you a clue. It's got 3 letters. The first begins with S, the last one ends in M. You just have to get the middle one. That's all you need to do. Good luck. You can put it in lowercase or uppercase, it doesn't matter. Stephen says, hello again. I was going to fly from Sabah, but then the baby was like, bottle time. Got to prioritise, Stephen. Air France is getting cosy, I know. Well, I had it muted, the audio, and as soon as he popped on there, I was looking at the radio, and it was constant, like, the transmission, so I don't know. Matai, are those slats supposed to be like that? Yes, I don't have the ground interconnect switch open, so system A pressure I think is only controlled by the engines. Might be wrong on that one, but there's no hydraulic pressure holding the leading edge slat up, so it droops down when you turn the engines off, unless I open the ground interconnect switch to allow the electric hydraulic pumps to pressurise the aircraft. You forgot to flap your flops, just to show you what I was telling you about. Look, flaps are up. And I'll show you, look, if I pressurise the hydraulic system here. Open. Oh, hold on, I need to put the essential power on, that's why. To APU. Oh, have we how come I have no power? Is the APU disconnected? I'm pretty sure last time I did that, all I had to do is open the ground interconnect switch and it actually pressurised the system, but it doesn't look like it's pressurised. Then I don't actually know why it's drooped forward. But prior to the flight, if I opened the leading edge flaps were drooped, and as soon as I pressurised the system, they retracted, so not sure. Absolutely correct. Sierra X-Ray Mike is the IATA code for Sint Maarten. I'll just give it another 30 seconds just in case anyone has a slightly slower internet connection to have an ability to answer here. Remember, anyone that puts that in is able to win the giveaway. And, yes, I hope whoever has entered, you do have an X-Plane 11. It would be a bit pointless otherwise. But anyway, almost there. Oh, Peter, check. Hi, you overloaded the APU 200 amps. Might be why. Thanks, Peter. So you had to worry, you know, there's a lot. The classic Boeings were a lot more susceptible to electrical problems and hydraulic problems and things like that. I flew with a lot of the guys with the 200. The NG is very reliable. You just put generators on, APU on the bus. Never had any problems in my entire career. Well, I've had a few minor issues. Very reliable. I never had to reference the AC/DC metering panel. In fact, there's no checklist that does it. It's more an engineering function. But I know these are a little bit more. Well, that's why they had an engineer. Anyway, let's roll it. I think everyone's had an opportunity to win the giveaway. So the lucky winner is Gabstra 678. Now, Gabstra is an unknown subscriber. It's Gabstra, you're not a member. Everyone's going to say it's rigged if you do. Gabstra 678, are you here? Completely random, remember. Has Nightbot come up yet? Yes, Gabstra 678 has won the giveaway. Congratulations to you. Is he still here? The name rings a bell. Oh my god, am I going to sound like an idiot? Because you probably have been speaking to him several times. Rigged. Unbelievable. Congratulations anyway. The odds were definitely in your favour today. Gabstra 678, you're not a member. Third time you've won something? No. Very rigged if it is. Yeah, but that can't... What? No. Have you really? It's completely random though. It's completely random. How? You can't win a third time. If that is the case, that is 100% rigged. How can you win 3 times though, Gabstra? I thought I recognised the name. Do you know a workaround for this? You won twice last summer. Well, how did you know that? That's crazy. No, that twice would be unusual. 3 times? How have you won something 3 times? What? Definitely rigged. don't know what to say. I mean, is there a way around it? I don't know. It rings a bell, like the Gabstra. I'm so sorry, Gabstra. I think you're an expert, but I don't know. But the name rings a bell. But if you're saying you want it 3 times, I don't know. Raycon says the most random algorithms use a list of numbers, simple logic behind it, so not so random. But the Nightbot thing clearly says on the giveaway thing it's completely random. Like if you put someone's name in here. Well, I mean, look. I can't even remember who you are, so I mean, it's completely random. Gabstra, drop me an email or social media or something like that, and we'll get that all organised for you. Gabstra, I talked to you about it. I used to type the answer 2 times and maybe that broke it, but I did nothing this time, I swear. Okay. Right, well, look, I'm going to give you the 727 because I'm nice, even though it's the 3rd time. And because I'm a very, very nice person, would anyone like the opportunity to do another giveaway? But I won't probably do another copy of the 727. I will do a FlyJSim mug because it is Sunday, it is Easter, and it's very generous. Gabstra, now you mentioned that, I think you did message me after the 2nd time you won it, and said there was something like if you put it in twice, it apparently encourages it. I hope that's not the case, but then that way it's possible to do something else. But anyway, look, I'm gonna, I'll give you the 727 because if there's a way around it, I need to get that rectified because that is obviously then it is rigged. And I remember having a conversation with someone, and it must have been you, and someone said after the 2nd time you won it, that's what happens. But yeah, if that's the case, look. I'll send that send that your way, and I'll give the FlyJSim mug is a top prize. Everyone wants a copy of that as well. So we'll do that one as well, and then we'll go that way. Andy, absolutely not, Andy. No need. That's very kind. But we'll do that another time. But yeah, what we'll do giveaway. For 77 for you, Gabstra. If you'd like to now win the FlyJSim mug, we're going to have another keyword for you to do. Now, it's a little bit more harder to organise, so it's very important you get in contact with me and talk about how to get the mug shipped out to you as well, because that's definitely some, I'll even admit it, rigged. So yeah, this is going rigged on there, but it's come up there. Again, there's a 3rd time, that's crazy. And apparently if you put it in more than once, you're more likely to win, apparently. So yeah, put it in loads of times in chat. Right, what should we say? Yeah, let's use that word then. If you'd like to win the FlyJSim mug, put rigged in chat, please. What is going on? I'm going to look that up afterwards. It must be documented on Nightbot, or I need to find another way of doing it. There we go. Anyway, let's do that. Yes. My giveaways are what, ladies and gentlemen? You can put it in chat. Do a Zebo giveaway, absolutely. Very good. Yes, my giveaways are 100% rigged, as we've proved tonight. I can't believe that. That was just... yeah, 3 times. That's
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Greg Scott, thank you very much for the £10 donation that's just popped in there.
Hurry up and get to the pub. I'm at the bar with Andy M71. He's had too many sherbets and... he's trying to take over the DJ deck.
Hold on, I think let's go see if we can find Andy. He's got sherbets galore and taking over DJ decks. Where is he? He must be here somewhere. Oh look, they're all revelling around and partying. Oh Andy, where is he? Oh dear. Well, let's just suggest that this person is Andy. I always knew you could levitate Andy. Mixing the decks here. Absolutely sensational. Thank you very much, Greg. Absolutely, yes. So, rigged is the way of putting this next giveaway. I 100% agree with you. I need to look into that to see how that works. we'll find a new way perhaps of doing it in the future. So the winner of the Flight Deck to Sim mug, let me just bring it up here for Nightbot, is Sasha Muller. It's also unknown, so I don't know if you're a regular subscriber or a member. Sasha Muller, I've definitely not heard your name before. There we are. Nightbot's just said in chat, Sasha Muller has won the giveaway. If you're still here, please let me know. But Sasha Muller, if you could do me a massive favour, drop me a message on social media, or Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or email. Big request from you is to show me the logout screen. I'll only send the giveaway your way if I see your logout screen with a sign out button on YouTube or Google, just because inevitably you'll get some idiots saying I'm this person. I just need to see that with your logo, and that would be grand. So well done to you, Sasha Muller. Congratulations. And yeah, I mean, I'm so sorry. Well done, Gabstra. I mean, you know, the giveaway's the giveaway. I'm going to give you the 727, of course. But the third, you know, twice. I don't think anyone's. I think people might have won it twice, but 3 times. I mean, I think I remember you mentioning. When you said to me that there is a walk around if you put it in, or you found out that if you put it in more than once, it probably increases your odds of winning there. So congratulations to you anyway. Sasha Bully says I'm here. Perfect. So yeah, just drop me an email. My email address is in the about section of my YouTube homepage, or social media, whatever way you prefer to get it sent, and I'll organise getting that sent to you. Right, we've been streaming for 4 hours, a little bit longer than I expected, but we had a few technical problems at the start, a little bit delayed getting in, but overall a very nice flight. We'll call it a day for today in Flight Deck to Sim's stream, and we'll cue the funky replay music. Do excuse me here, because I do have to get it all set up in the background. Being a pro streamer at all, I need it to be all flawless between transitioning the music. There we are. My days. Right, there we go. And cue the funky replay music. There we go. Like a pro. So yeah, the approach was nice. We discussed how I got a bit confused on that approach with the DME arc there. I was like, oh, yeah, we can actually get a transition to the DME arc. And the landing, yeah, a little bit further. Let's have a look at that from the beach then. Right, let's just move ourselves forward here. Yes, look, we're standing with the Revelers. That's a famous view we're all familiar with, I'm sure. Right, here we are. Crank up that volume as well. This is going to be loud. Try and get ourselves lined up with the centre line. Here we come then. What an approach, this is so cool. There's a bit of a crosswind, I think. You can see the aircraft grabbing slightly. Sound. There, starting to flare. Oh, boom. Yeah, quite firm. But on a shortish runway, acceptable. We'll take that. Let's do one more from that view, because it's absolutely good. Oh look, you can see it blowing the sand off the beach. That's awesome. Kadunk. Yeah, firm, and a little bit of a bounce as well. Superb. Let's do one from the touchdown point. I love the fact it blows the sand off. It's quality scenery, yeah. AD simulations, I think it's called. No, sorry, AWD designs, or ADW designs. Link video description shows me information. There we are. Boing! You can hear the skid. Did you hear that on the second touchdown? It kind of goes. If you heard that. There, a little bit of a bounce. Those lift uppers will do a much better job in real life keeping the aircraft grounded. It's very hard to get back in the air again. It's a tendency for the Sims, even Microsoft Flight Simulator, to explain how an exaggerated ground effect. There we are. Got a little more from the bar area, Phil. Be befitting. There we are. Gonna hear the wheels screech again. Nah, too far out. Anyway, that's cool. Right, guys, well, thank you very much to taking part in watching another FlyJSim live stream this Easter Sunday. I hope you found it enjoyable. Certainly love flying this aircraft, the challenging it poses, and I hope I did it justice today. Flying the approaches there, as I said, there's a little bit of a mix up with the VOR approach, and poor controller was telling me to do it, and I said, you can't, you can, but what can you do? Anyway, got the message, my apology. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed it. Look forward to flying the 727 again. As ever, to everyone that watched the stream, thanks so much for popping in. To all the members, thank you for the continued support. And of course, everyone that donated, thank you very much for your generosity. Congratulations, Gamstra, for winning the 727, and to Sasha Muller for winning the mug. Yeah, drop me an email, we'll get that all sorted to you. And I'll look into what's causing the issue there. But yeah, I had no idea that would have happened. Congratulations, Gamstra, that's what I was going to say. Guys, as ever, stay safe, and don't forget to smash the thumbs up button, and subscribe to stay up to date with the content, and I'll see you on another live stream very soon.